Forgot to put my microphone on. Uh, if you're watching this now, after the fact, not live, I would skip forward a bit. I'm going to wait about 5 minutes for the folks to come in. All right. Good to go now. Just going to give it a few minutes. Wait for the homies to come in. Looks like we had Mr. Pitt in already. Man, shout out to Mr. Pitt, honestly. Appreciate you for being here, Mr. Pitt. Not sure if you're in here. I know you put that in before. Nothing's in here. Nothing is in here. Well, I think this is proof positive that nothing does in fact exist. Mr. Pitt liked the video. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Shout out to you, man. Glad to see you in here. Also happy to have nothing in here as well. I think it's my first time seeing nothing. I got a few videos today for us to go over. This is kind of a haphazardly put together stream, but this one is called "What Is a Real Man," and he's reacting to a kind of hodgepodge of stuff, and I think it's a little bit more tradcon sort of. So we'll hear that, and then I even got us some true crime today. This one involves a family law judge. There's this guy, and he was not happy about what happened to him in court. So I think it'll be an interesting thing. We'll cover a little bit of blue pill rage. This is actually very funny. This is a skit someone sent me in the Discord. So shout out to Dan the Man. And then we got how Republicans fail men and fathers. So that's what we got going on today. We're gonna start off with this one, and should be a relatively chill stream. So we got interesting stuff to go over today. But hope everybody's having a great weekend. I had a good weekend. I watched that new Nosferatu film. It was not a good film. It was not a good film. But I watched it, so that's what I did today. You know, I'm a fan of that old Nosferatu, but this new one wasn't that good. Klaus, hey, welcome in, Klaus. Shout out to you, man. I got to get back to some of the messages in the Discord. We've been having a discussion about that whole H-1B visa thing in between, Elon Musk and Vivek, and a lot of folks who are also Trump supporters who are kind of unhappy about that. So there was a little bit of a split in regards to that. I did want to make a standalone video to that, and I just haven't gotten around to it. So it's an interesting discussion, because I look at immigration as kind of a problem that's downstream of family creation and the ability for families to stay together. Nothing says I watched your Cairo video and loved it. Hey man, I appreciate that a lot. I actually have a Turkey video. You know what's crazy? Like I was super excited about Egypt, and Egypt was tight, but I also visited Turkey after. But I liked Egypt like so much, I made the vlog video while on my last day over there. And I have a Turkey video. Like I recorded a bunch of stuff. I was starting to put it together, and I never posted the Turkey video. So it's just me in Istanbul. So I'll get another video up which showcases Turkey. It's kind of a disservice that I haven't done that yet. I don't know what my problem is, but I'll edit it on the beast over here so I don't have to do it on my phone, and we can get you another travel vlog style video. So coming soon. But yeah, if you found me through that video, I appreciate you coming here. I mean, I talk a lot about like family law and just random social issues, but mostly family law, because I used to work at a child support agency. So if you haven't seen my other stuff, but I appreciate the support. If you don't mind sharing, you can maybe share what country you're from. That'd be pretty cool. So looks like we're getting this started. Man, part of me just wants to hit play on this. We're about 4 minutes. I'll give another 2 minutes. So I'll just have to ramble for a bit. I've been on a strict diet for the last 4 days. All, sugars are out. I did have a little bit of potatoes and carrots today because I roasted a chicken. I made a roast chicken for the first time in my life, and it tasted really good. And honestly, it wasn't that hard to do. So all these people complaining about cooking and, oh my God, we got to cook and do all this stuff. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. It was probably like 20 minutes of prep and then leaving it in the oven for, an hour and about 25 minutes at 375 degrees. Um, but yeah, so there we go. From Australia. Oh, that's awesome, man. I like having some viewers from down under. So Australia is an interesting place. I've been, talking to some folks from there. And, you know, when I think of Australia, obviously I think of the stuff when I was a kid, like Crocodile Hunter and all that kind of stuff. And I think about the wildlife. Um, it would be cool to visit Australia and maybe see some of the wildlife. And then I think about like the Aborigines and the Aboriginal people and the dream time. And sometimes I like to kind of look up some of their beliefs and ancient things. It's pretty interesting. So heck yeah. But you know what? We made it 6 minutes. I'm sure other folks will get in here. And I say we just kind of started on this video right now and move along. I also have another video that Klaus actually shared with us. This one's called Asia's Loneliest Generations Going Broke. We actually have a lot of good videos. I mean, I'd say they're loosely connected together. But there's a lot of like videos that I'm actually interested in seeing, and I really haven't seen them yet. So these are all like first reactions to me. Um, yeah, so man steals over $300,000 and sends it to a streamer. And then, so we got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff. Um, let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay, the rest of the folks are in here. Yeah, we can get started. Caesar Quintana. Hey, welcome in, man. Hope everybody had a good Christmas, or if you celebrate it, if you don't celebrate it, hope you guys at least all had a good day off, and maybe got together with some folks that are close to you, and maybe even bought yourself some cool things. Who knows? You could be your own Santa, if no, or buy some other folks some gifts and they're happy. Yo, Yenui. Oh, Yenu. I always say Yenui, but I know Yenu is the way to pronounce it. Great to have you in here, man. Hello, Shah. Hello indeed. Thank you. Hello to you, my good sir. Klaus says, oh, I gotta put this to chat. Whoops. Klaus says cooking from scratch is one of the most underrated skills. It opens up a world of healthy food. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Especially in the US, it's really hard to find like good food, like in the sense of like made with very little ingredients. It just is a challenge out here. So cooking at home is like critical. And I've been trying to expand the foods I can cook. Like I usually just make like a ribeye on the stove, or I make eggs, or I can make some other things, but I usually make simple things. So I've kind of been into using the oven lately. So roasting a chicken just kind of was like, man, I really want to do that. And it came out so good. I can't believe how good that chicken was. Like I was like, my God. I got a little bit of cilantro and parsley, and I cut that up, and I got some good German butter. I'm not just saying that because I'm talking to you, Klaus. I really spend like $6 or $7 on German butter, which is pretty expensive, but it's pretty good. And I had that all up in there under the skin, and I had potatoes and carrots, and it was good times over here. Yenna says, I like JP. I don't know who he is exactly. Did you see his parody video mocking OF girls transitioning to Christianity? We're gonna be looking at that today. Somebody sent, I think it was Dan. This is the video right here. Awaken. I didn't know these two were the same people. I really did not know. I don't really watch him. I think he's like more of a tradcon, but someone sent me this video and it was so hilarious. I wanted to share it with you guys. So my plan was to look at this video after we see this one, just to just to lighten the mood for a bit. But then we're gonna go into how Republicans fail men and fathers. That's only 5 minutes. Then we got a true crime here. Narcissistic millionaire sniper shoots family court judge from 500 feet away. So we'll find out why he did that. This one's a little long. I really haven't reviewed it. I kind of wanted to go over this, but I don't know if we'll have time. Men's lives, male roles in 1970s society. And then we got Asia's Loneliest Generation is going broke. I still have the why are South Koreans going extinct? We haven't gone over that. So it just depends how much energy, we all got and how much time. There's a lot of stuff over here. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, and it says that's why I like RFK Jr. He has videos showing how to cook. Sounds like a very relatable person. Yeah, it's like mission critical. You're just not gonna make it if you can't cook at home or if you don't cook at home. I don't understand. Like I don't understand how anybody can spend that much money on eating out. And then honestly, every time I eat out, it sucks. It's either really expensive, and even if you pay a lot, they only give you like this much meat, and then they give you a bunch of carbs, and it's just like, man, I'm always disappointed. Yeah, he's definitely tradcon, but still funny nonetheless. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. He seems like an all right guy. So, anyways, yeah, we've been rambling. Let's get into this. Maybe we'll get some polls going too. So this is what is a real man. And I think we can all be prepared to hear the tradcon version of a real man, especially when you see this guy. And I've been thinking a lot lately because somebody asked me a question probably like a few months ago in a stream, like, what is your definition of masculinity? You know what I mean? And, I know that's a different question from like, what is a real man? But I think it's all wound up in masculinity and these kinds of things. And I'm thinking about how the concept of duty, if that's part of masculinity or part of being a real man or not really. And my understanding of masculinity, or at least how I've chosen to define it, is I've reduced it down basically to direct is masculine, indirect is feminine. And I've thought of like several examples to kind of illustrate that. Duty seems to, I don't know if that's part of being a man because both genders should have duties and things like that. But we'll talk about it and we'll see what these guys say. Christianity Unplugged. Hey, shout out to you, man. Thanks for being in here. I saw a resurgence of insanity was streaming a bit today. I tried to catch a little bit of it, but I couldn't stay for long, so I feel bad about that. But hopefully I'll catch the next one. Great to have you in though. So, anyways, what is a real man? I hope you're all ready for this.
I always say that my definition of what a real man is that, or the man I want to be. I always say that.
Okay, so we got this guy. We've discussed this man before, right? Remember, this is an alpha simp. This is TradCon 2.0. And it's all about having everything and paying for everything and all that stuff that those guys like to, talk about. The hyper self-improvement alpha gurus.
That my definition of what a real man is that, or the man I want to be, is somebody that can slit a throat and hold a baby in the same day.
A real man, someone who can slit a throat and hold a baby in the same day. I like it. I'll come back.
I think what we can kind of expect from this is more of a TradCon 1.0 and sort of deconstruction of a TradCon 2.0. And for those of you guys who don't remember, I call TradCon 1.0s guys like Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, probably this guy. And TradCon 2.0s are, Jay Waller, guys like Jay Waller, or people who they don't really label themselves as TradCon and they do things that aren't exactly TradCon, but it still kind of ends up as a kind of alpha simp territory here.
The JP Reacts channel, my beautiful freedom-loving friend. This is where we like to call out lies, hypocrisy, and corruption and highlight the amazing work of other freedom fighters because truth conquers. But you can't conquer anything if you are weak. So luckily here to help us get strong is Ancestral.
Oh, crap. All right, we got beef liver in the house. This is the paid promotion. Everybody, I get it. Big channel, brings in the extra cash. Got to, it's all good. Not a big deal. This is a big section of this video. Oh my God. Okay. I think I went too forward a little bit. Let's see.
And what men should, men permeate. I think that era is now coming to a close. But one of the lies is what a man should be. We've just spent decades having women tell men what men.
I'm going to go back
a little time to com/JP Reacts. And for 15% off, use the discount code JP Reacts.
There you go. This is the manliest way right here to eat beef liver, by the way. You just swallow it. You don't even have to taste it. Because a real man runs away from the taste of liver and just swallows it in a very easy pill form.
No, let's get into it. I thought we.
Okay. Mr. Pitt says both genders should have duties, but in our modern day, the woman's duty is optional. She might even be rewarded for not fulfilling them. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking about, and I think what happens is when men see what you're describing and they say, "Why am I going to fulfill my duties if they're not fulfilling theirs?" What's going to come is an attack on your masculinity, and they're going to say you're not a real man for not fulfilling your duties. But it's like, can you be a masculine person that's not going to perform these duties, just without question, right? Can you still be masculine and say, you know what, I'm not going to slave myself or be a servant for no reason for people who don't appreciate, respect me, and not even just appreciate or respect, but don't reciprocate their duties on the other end. So, can you still be a real man if you're not performing duties, that in a world where both sides are where they're reciprocated would make sense, but in a world where they're not reciprocated kind of just puts you at a disadvantage, unfortunately. So that's kind of like the theme, at least, as we're watching this video and some of the other ones. Um Caesar Quintana, hey man, thank you so much for that donation. Appreciate that. That's hard-earned American money right there. Every single dollar, every single penny, every single hour spent working, that's real money. Don't forget that you coined cosplay tradcon. Very much so. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Cosplayers, no doubt. That's exactly what that is. So let's go ahead and get. Oh my God. Well, listen, speaking of the reason I was so excited about this video is because it really it has the cosplaying on display so good. I mean, even this thumbnail, this is cosplaying right here. The best part of this video is when you see her holding the eggs and she's doing like the trad wife thing, and then it shows behind the camera and the cameraman's holding like a dozen eggs, and it's just like one you got from a grocery store. It's not one that was like you got from chickens. It's cosplaying to the max. So we're gonna be seeing some cosplaying here real soon.
Take a little time today together to explore some ideas on what it is to be a real man, because one of the lies that has been permeating our world for way too many years, and I think it's certainly peaked, and I think that era is now coming to a close, but one of the lies is what a man should be. We've just spent
One of the lies is what a man should be. Real quick, I just want to acknowledge this. Hey, we got Robert Spencer in the house. Shout out to Robert Spencer. And thank you so much for that $10. Very, very generous. I tell the ladies that I love video games in order to chase them away. Hey, that could be a great litmus test, I mean, you can just be like, well, yeah, I like to play video games and collect, 1/6 action figures. And see what they do about that. If they can't handle it, then, you know, I guess you can just help filter out someone that's gonna be causing you problems real, down the road. If anything, if they don't like this, then they're not a real woman. A real woman would support me in collecting 1/6 action figures as well as playing video games. All right, moving on. Thank you again, Robert.
decades having women tell men what men should be, having weak men tell strong men what men should be, and all of the above
Want to hear that again.
is now coming to a close. But one of the lies is what a man should be. We've just spent decades having women tell men what men should be, having weak men tell strong men what men should be.
So that's interesting. Women tell men what men should be. That's either feminists doing it. You got to remember, right? Feminist women telling men what men should be, tradcon women telling men what men should be. And a lot of the times, if you've been in this space, it all kind of becomes the same sort of gynocentric utility angle with different like dressing on it. And then he says strong men or weak men telling strong men what men should be. I wonder how he's going to characterize that. We saw Jay Waller over there. I don't know what his take's going to be on it. Maybe he's characterizing the Andrew Tate style of guys who kind of sell strength as a quote unquote weak man, and they're trying to tell strong men how to be. I'm not sure what angle he's going to go with that. Klaus says, agrees with Robert. Me too, but can backfire with the younger women, as I found out. That's the litmus test.
And all of the above have looked at the virtues of a real man, a strong man, what a man should be, and labeled it all toxic. Well, I dare say the virtues of a real man, they're not toxic. They are healthy. Healthy for him, healthy for his family, and healthy for the world around him. So to help flush those lies down the toilet and get you and I thinking and considering what a real man is, because I know a lot of you are men. I know I am a man. I had my gender decision party yesterday, so I know I'm a real man. And if you're a beautiful woman viewer of mine, I'm guessing that it's important to you to have real men in your life, not the beta.
I can't wait to hear what the definition for real men's going to be. And I think the question, again, I haven't watched this, by the way, but I think the question we can ask ourselves is how much of the definition of real men that we're going to see is going to be wrapped up in the concept of duty. And then we could think about, is duty, wrapped up with this idea of masculinity, or is it a separate thing in itself? Are you still a masculine man, whether or not you fulfill duties or serve others or not? So let's see what he says. Robert Spencer says, if you be what women tell you to be, then you aren't what they want. That's very true. That could be a maxim, right?
Seeing that it's important to you to have real men in your life, not the beta male, what dudes for Kamala routine. Is like, well, there's no testosterone in any of those guys. So let's take a look at some ideas, starting with Jordan Peterson.
Saying men should be dangerous. By dangerous, that implies I should be ready to threaten someone, to hurt somebody.
No, you should be capable of it.
Mic drop right there. John Stossel with his little porn mustache. Oh, you've said that men should be dangerous. That implies they're gonna hurt someone. Yeah, men have been taught to castrate themselves. Mentally, emotionally, physically. Jordan Peterson, great insight. Yeah, they should be dangerous. They should be capable of it. Yet, a dangerous man should also be a good man. Say more, Jordan.
But that doesn't mean you should use it. There's nothing to you otherwise. Like if you're not a formidable force, there's no morality in your self-control. If you're incapable of violence, not being violent isn't a virtue. People who teach martial arts know this full well.
Yeah, and we can
Guess we could flip that opposite. If you are a very unattractive woman, being a virgin is not a virtue. It's just like, okay, So far it seems like pretty, I guess classic understanding. Do I agree with it? I mean, should be dangerous. I could see why the guy's maybe picking at him a little bit in the sense of like, what do you mean dangerous? Like maybe a dangerous person is someone that has already proven themselves to be unsafe. But Jordan Peterson means someone that can whoop ass and do that if they have to do that. You know what I mean? Klaus says gender decision party. That's a new one for me. Yeah, I didn't know they had parties for that. This guy is a comedian, by the way. He's funny AF. We're going to watch one of his skits right after this. Yo, Peter Wright, my other buddy from Australia. We got another guy from Australia in here tonight. So shout out and thank you for the 20 Australian dollars there. I appreciate that. It's very, very generous of you. All right.
Extrapolate into what woke society, politically correct society, everything's misogyny, toxic masculinity society has told men to be. Essentially, they've told men, you should be weak. You shouldn't be dangerous. But as Jordan Peterson's saying is, because you're not capable of violence or danger and therefore don't exude danger, there's no morality in that. However, there is incredible morality in
Yenu says he's overcomplicating it in my opinion. Dangerous means setting boundaries, having standards, and not being a yes man. Yeah, that's what I agree with too. It's just not being a pushover. I think that would be dangerous might be a little bit more of a trigger word. Like when you think of dangerous, you probably think of like a gangster bad boy. So maybe he's playing on that, but I don't know. I guess I think about, okay, because what they're going to tell you to be is not weak, get in the gym, work out, be strong. That makes you a real man and someone that women are attracted to. And, I'll say that women are attracted to probably that, strong, physically strong men to some extent. But yeah, overall, I'd say just not being a pushover is the main thing and standing up for yourself. When I think about what I consider masculinity, I've been defining masculinity as just being direct. And women are kind of indirect. And I think everything maybe evolves out of that. So it's like when confrontation needs to happen, it's masculine to not, run away from confrontation. And typically, like war on a long enough timeline, or if a situation's serious enough, unfortunately, somebody has to confront the problem. So that can be a hallmark of masculinity, and that would take some amount of strength there to do that,
A man who is capable
or intelligence. You know what I mean? I mean, intelligence can win the day on the battlefield. It doesn't just have to be like you look strong. I think that's a lot of the problem when it comes to that, because when they say that, it's someone who's dangerous. And it's like, what do they mean by dangerous? Do they just mean like you look like a comic book version of a strong, dangerous man? Because to me, that kind of feeds into the cosplay thing a little bit. It's like you have to look dangerous. But can a skinny guy or someone who doesn't have a bunch of muscles also be dangerous and capable and be able to take care of situations and do all that kind of stuff? That's where it gets a little weird to me. I'll be right back in a second. I'm just going to open a window. It's getting a little hot in here. And then another thing I think of is just like the society and world that we live in. Like, how necessary is it anymore to look the part? Okay, I get looking the part and cosplaying it, whatever. People want to be attracted to that. But living in a world where, I don't know, like, do you actually, like, how big and strong and tall do you actually got to be to protect your family if you live in like an ordered society with police and all this kind of stuff? Yeah, Robert Sensor. That could kind of go over well. Robert Spencer. Skinny guys can fly drones. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Women can fly drones. Women can fire pistols. You know what I mean? And so it's just like, well, most of the what they'll say is like, oh, women will say we don't need men because we live in this technological super civilization that has air conditioning and food at grocery stores, and we got guns, or you can live in a community, an apartment with a security guard, or you can call the police and all that kind of stuff. Well, women can do it all. Men are out here kind of lost because they don't know where they fit in anymore. So kind of what he's talking about, to me, is maybe more of a marker of attraction, but it also kind of sounds like cosplaying also. Yenu says, yep, making a decision and living with the consequences. Agree that women respect that, even if it hurts her feelings in the short term. Yeah, and that's true. Like, not bending over and to someone else's will and letting her win and essentially simping and just being a pushover in that way. It's going to make them not respect you. Very true.
Of
and that's what a lot of people.
Danger, which, by the way, it's a great capability to have, because sometimes there's danger around you that threatens you, your family, that you need to apply your danger against in order to be a protector. So if you're capable of danger and you control it, now there is incredible morality to that. And I dare say that itself is a part of being a real man. But a man who's dangerous and doesn't control it, doesn't use his danger for good, expresses it where it shouldn't be expressed, that too is absolutely not a real man.
If you learn to
he's probably talking about people who obviously do violence on others, or robbers, thieves, or these kinds of people who are misusing aggression and strength in order to do unjust things. Sometimes it seems like the nuance in it, like especially when you think of like a red pill guy. Let's say if a red pill guy is conditionally masculine in the sense that of like women being conditionally feminine. You know what I mean? And the question is yes, you can be a dangerous guy that's capable of protecting and capable of being dangerous and capable of holding the baby in the same day. But when do you not have to, on whose terms do you have to give that away or not? Women need men because they wouldn't otherwise have rights. I think about that question sometimes too. But my one thing that I have a conflict about against that is, it's funny because this is at the end of the Barbie movie, and when the Kens are about to take over and turn Barbie world into a patriarchy, the Barbies get together and they decide to play on male insecurity and male ego, essentially. And what ends up happening is the women get the men to fight each other. And it's like when it comes, if it wasn't for men, women would not have rights. I always remember that, and I think, well, I guess the women could get the men to fight each other or basically simp for them to get the rights. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. But then you could say, well, that's still men fighting each other. But at the same time, that's women using their power over the men. It's for me, it's something I'm conflicted about.
Martial art, you learn to be dangerous, but simultaneously you learn to control it. Both of those come together. And the combination of that capacity for danger and the capacity for control is what brings about the virtue. Otherwise, you confuse weakness with moral virtue. I'm harmless, therefore I'm good.
Society has confused men to believe that weakness is moral virtue. Let's rewrite the script on that starting right now.
It's like, no, that isn't how it works. That isn't how it works at all. If you're harmless, you're just weak. And if you're weak, you're not going to be good. You can't be, because it takes strength to be good. It's very difficult to be good.
Now let's pick up with the opening line of this video and hear a little bit more about what this man has to say about a real man should be capable of slitting a throat and holding a baby in the same day.
That's going to be Jay
I
Waller.
always say that my definition of what a real man is that, or the man I want to be, is somebody that can slit a throat and hold a baby in the same day. Stay true to who you are, which I've not always been perfect at. Nobody is. But if you find yourself off track, correct it. Forgive yourself, because it's going to take a little bit longer than you think it's going to. I would tell him to love people, but at the same time, love yourself also. And if that means that you have to put your foot down somewhere, you better do it.
That means you have to put your foot down somewhere. You better do it. So what that teaches us,
Sounds like kind of what Yenu's saying, the strong boundaries.
if I'm paying attention, is real men aren't doormats. If you need to put your foot down, you do it. However, if you just listen to woke society, hey, blue-haired ladies, tell me what a real man is. Oh, if you put your foot down, that is just misogyny. Why don't you be a doormat? I'm not being a real man if I'm a doormat. I'm not even being a woman if I'm a doormat. No human being should treat themselves as doormats. Men reclaiming their strength are principle-based. They're based on morality, which means when they put their foot down, it's principled. And that's a good thing. We'll get back to the video in just a second.
I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of that. I mean, not being a doormat is very important, and standing up for your boundaries and when to say no and when to say yes. I guess it would depend on morality and what morality you're living by. And then some guys would be like, well, you need to do this. I don't know if you guys saw the Charlie Kirk video where he's just kind of lambasting men and was going all over Twitter, but he's just like, you can't even have fun, or you better not do anything with yourself. Your job is, it just came off really weird. You know what I mean? But knowing when to be confrontational and putting your foot down, that to me goes into like directness. So whatever your values are and standing up for them is an important part.
Here's a fact for you. Health insurance sucks. You pay anywhere from...
Oh, crap. I'm going to have to skip that. Christianity Unplugged says, but if you say no, you can be set up for some sort of abuse charge. Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is how people are selling the idea of duty, I think. And it's like, well, it's your duty to do that and be a real man. And there's all this probably reinterpreting and manipulation to get you to do something when you don't want to do it. So if you have a boundary that's this, the other side is going to say, well, wait a minute. You have an obligation to do this, which may or may not be true. So if you say, no, I'm not going to do that, because whatever your reasons are, is it true that you're not a real man? And then who defines that? You're like Don Vito from The Godfather with your cat, Shah. Thanks, Caesar. Yeah, she's chilling. Let me get this off the screen. Thank you. Yeah, she's a lot better behaved. You remember like a few months ago how like anytime she'd come here, she'd want to start walking on the desk. She hasn't done that in a while now, so she's slowly learning. But again, yeah, Christianity Unplugged, what you're bringing up is the important part, because to me, a lot of the stuff they're talking about is the front end stuff. And you can be dangerous, and you can be, you can slit a throat and you can hold a baby in the same day. But does any of that protect you from getting a raw deal? As far as the system is concerned, and as far as divorce is concerned, whether or not that's through the laws or maybe even through folks at your religious institution supporting that as well. So when it talks about being a real man, that's fine. But, a lot of people are not happy about, it's like once you achieve that quote unquote real man status that he's talking about, that doesn't guarantee that you don't get screwed over, unfortunately. Uh, Caesar Quintana. Oh, yeah, that's it. There are plenty of countries where women don't have rights. They are run by men as much as the West is. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I don't know why. I'm just so conflicted about that. You know what I mean? Because it just seems like I do believe women that nature has imbued women with their own kind of power, typically through their beauty and ways to manipulate like that. And I think it's on parity with men's physical strength, you know, in some way. So I don't know. You know, that's a tough one to think about. But you make a good point. You make a good point, and probably right. Or Dr. Claw. I gotta look up who Dr. Claw is. Sounds really familiar. Let's see.
A bunch of money each month to an enormous amount of money each month. And then if you get sick or injured, you hope that they
Oh
actually
crap! I gotta forward that. Damn it. A lot of promotions here. All right, here we go.
fee to be able to submit smooth single go to joint expense of the insurance industry. Become a crappy reacts. Told you to. Well, guess what? My video. Take this injection because Pfizer told you to. Well, guess what? My foot's down. And if I hadn't reclaimed more of my manhood during COVID era, which honestly, one of the blessings of the curse of COVID for me is it really motivated me to reclaim a lot of my manhood, that fierce lion inside that we all need, motivated me to do that. So I was able to look at things, put my foot down and be like, I know what I stand for and I ain't standing for that. Now
I don't disagree with that. I mean, thinking for yourself and living by that and being able to go against, you know, pressure in that way and stand up for what you believe in, at least for yourself personally, is something you owe yourself, is a duty to yourself. Klaus says, abuse charges is exactly the point where his description of being a man falls apart. The family law court will emasculate every man. It's not only that, it's just, if men are supposed to be characterized as dangerous and like that's a good thing, the whole abuse stuff kind of works against you more easily because it's like, well, he's dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's dangerous. The kid should not be around him. He's very potentially dangerous. So the more men are, you know, it's like that's supposed to be a good thing, but then it can also work against you on the other side. Robert Spencer, Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget. Yeah, I think I got a jacket like that. Robert Spencer, I took the vax and it made me like video games. That's a better side effect than having like inflammation in your heart or some other problems. So, man, I was watching stuff on the vax and, you know, I ended up taking it too. And sometimes I think, man, you know, maybe I should, you know, if I go back, maybe I wouldn't have. The thing about me is I took it after I already had COVID and got better. And the only reason I took it was because of the travel restrictions, which, you know, everything opened up eventually and now they don't care. So looking back, I was like, damn, I didn't even need to get it. But back then I was like, if I got to go somewhere, then I guess I'm going to need to get this because I'm not going to stay here forever. But other than that, I already had COVID. I got better and everything was fine for me. So I probably had natural immunity anyways. 100% Klaus. Yep.
take a quick break from the seriousness for a little comedic relief on how men should behave. This is fun.
Guy going to therapy is a green flag. The greenest flag of all.
Be a real man. Bottle up and suppress all of your emotions and then release them at once with your fist in a licensed establishment after you've had 17 rums.
That's a real man. I don't even know if that was funny, but his accent made it funny to me. Now, this next clip comes from...
I like that skit just because it's, you know, that kind of goes into the gurus that are like, you should do this and never...
all of your emotions and then release them at once with your fist in a licensed establishment after you've had 17 rums.
It's just the guy in a bar just starting to break a bunch of like stuff. That's hilarious. Oh man, you had the gold standard natural immunity. They really killed science during COVID. Yeah, they did. I had that, you know, and I don't know, you know, I guess I feel all right. Sometimes I think, oh, what do I feel differently or not? I can't really say. I think the one I ended up getting was Moderna. And I know the more controversial one was Pfizer, because Pfizer has the SV40 in it. Oh crap, that reminds me, I'm supposed to be wearing my blue light blocking glasses here. I'm all about the conspiracies, but apparently the Pfizer one was like the most controversial, but you know, I don't know. At this point, I'm deep in the game, guys, so hopefully it doesn't end up so bad.
That's a real man. I don't even know if that was funny, but his accent made it funny to me. Now, this next clip comes from a man named Dwayne, and he runs Dry Creek Wrangler School on YouTube. He's been on various podcasts, has a really big YouTube channel himself.
Oh, it's this guy. Yeah. Listen, I'm sorry to say this, but I really feel like this guy is cosplay. This is what cosplay looks like. This is truly cosplay right here. And I can't remember. I think we watched like a clip of him before, and he's talking about, you know, my daughter got married. Now I said to my name now, no, you know, and I mean that this guy is cosplaying as far as I'm concerned. Moderna was the safest, I think. So good call. Yeah, you know what's funny is I think I wanted to get Pfizer, but they just didn't have it, and I was like, all right, whatever. Like I'll just get this and get it over with. Robert says if I had COVID, I didn't notice. I'm wondering if. I mean, I'm guessing if you got the vax before, and then maybe it just made it not so bad. So I don't know. You know, it's a cost benefit analysis. Klaus was talking about this earlier in the Discord, and you know, it's just I saw a lot of people get really sick from COVID and end up in the hospital. You know, but for me, I was lucky. I did have to stay home for like a week. And afterwards, it took a little bit of time because my lungs still like it was still kind of like. I had the whole low energy. Like I did have COVID, but I got really lucky. Like I only had a headache for one day, and then I was good. So I was like super grateful for that.
You may have seen him. I love hearing what he has to say. And by the way, I love the messenger. Like being a little bit of an older dude. He's a rancher with a beard. You'll hear his voice.
He loves the messenger because the guy is like cosplaying. He fits the sort of, I don't know, marketed propaganda idea of a real cowboy man.
He could tell me the exact wrong thing about what a man is. I'd be like, I don't know if I agree, but I love how you said that.
Exactly, because he's cosplaying it. That's why he feels that way, because the guy has all the makeup on, so to speak, of a real man.
About what a man is, I'd be like, I don't know if I agree, but I love how you said that. But I also do love what he says. And by the way, for context, with that comedic clip of the women saying like, yeah, men going to therapy, that's a green flag. I do think therapy is a valuable tool. However, we have been living in an era where any kind of personal hardship, we've been told you just need therapy for that. One of the things that opened my eyes to, maybe not all the time, maybe not so much, maybe just at times, there's a book called Bad Therapy. I listened to the author on a podcast with Joe Rogan. Proves I'm a real man. I listened to Rogan. But it really opened my eyes, and what Dwayne has to say kind of speaks to the ethos of all men probably don't need therapy all the time. You might need to man up, and they might need a little appreciation.
The average man, I believe, the average real man does.
The average man and the average real man. I mean, that sounds like those are very two different populations. Or if there's an average man, which, you know, that's if you look at the standard distribution and the average real man. I mean, is he talking about like way up here, like a small subsect, or what?
Does not need to go get therapy for the battles and the burdens he's carrying inside. What he needs is for those that he's carrying them for to recognize that they're there and to respect it and to be grateful for it.
Quick thought.
Yeah, see, that kind of goes in, that kind of sounds like the Charlie Kirk thing a little bit. It's like to just be grateful for the suffering and the burdens that you got and all that kind of stuff. And because he says average man then average real man, and it's like if you're a guy like just a younger guy and there's no family or kids or stuff like that, and you're feeling really terrible and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I just don't know how about this a little bit.
A message from Tony Robbins that I absolutely love. Pain without purpose is suffering. Pain with purpose is growth. And
you know, this is one thing I kind of remember from like the Jordan Peterson days, and it did have an effect on me, and I agree with it somewhat. It's like meaningless suffering sucks, but if you're suffering, you know, and it has meaning to it, then it's a lot easier to endure, or you're more willing to endure that, you know. Robert says in San Francisco, there's a lot of therapy. You can smell it. Every time I smell it, I say therapy. I guess the last thing I've sort of got myself as far as therapy is concerned, like think meditating on your emotions and maybe thinking about why you feel that way and then taking action to change things and to look about why certain things bother you is important. And I think that that can help you, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. You know, and that but that's like a personal journey, you know what I mean? Then there's like paying a therapist, and depending on, you know, what the therapy is and how that works, and you know, if it's like mainstream therapy, maybe it will, maybe it won't help you. I sometimes look at therapists as a kind of emotional prostitute. You're kind of paying somebody to like pretend to be your friend and listen to you for a bit. Maybe that's like a really dumb way to put it, but it sort of seems like that. You know what I mean? It's like, and you're discussing these meaningful things, and I don't know. I would just rather do that with somebody that is actually in my life and cares about me, or and not, you know. But if it helps people, then it helps people, you know. So I gotta be honest about that. Suffering can unburden what has been. Um, wow, Caesar, is that an original right there? Sounds like that could have been something JP said, but that I like that. Suffering can unburden what has been. You know, I like to think like one success can undo a lifetime of past failures, you know, and then it can make everything sort of meaningful for how you got there. Now, the opposite's probably also true. One failure can undo a lifetime of past successes, possibly if you ended up there, which we're going to see in that true crime video. This guy was very successful, and he made a bad decision to take out his anger against a family law judge that he was really mad at, and an ex-wife that he was really mad at, and he put himself in a very bad position. Um, but yeah, you know, challenging things when it's fulfilling, you know, a purpose and has meaning attached to it, I think is important. No, it's what Kamala used to say all the time. Kamala, oh God, now yeah, oh there, you got me there. I did not know that. Kamala, suffering can unburden what has been. I don't know. The only thing I can relate to that with that is just one success can undo a series of past failures. And if that's not what she meant, then I don't know what she meant. So true. Kamalaism. Could you imagine if we had a new cult called Kamalaism?
And I know when I'm carrying burdens, I'm doing things for other people, I can feel ground down. But when there's even just a little bit of appreciation and recognition for it, that the pain that I go through, it becomes an instant joy to carry, because the gratitude, the appreciation, people seeing what I'm.
The other side of this too is carrying that burden and suffering for those people and doing all that, and then on the back end getting screwed over by family law court. You know what I'm saying? And then like getting cheated on, and then having to pay, you know, the person who cheated on you a bunch of money and all this stuff, and then fighting for custody. So it's like, you know, what he's saying, it's like I can get what he's saying. I also don't actually appreciate that that is just limited to men. I think if you're going to sell it like this, then there should also really be that version for women, which is suffering for your family and your children, and getting up early to make breakfast for those kids and make sure they get to school and all that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, why should it only have to do with men about suffering for those you love? I think it should have to do with every member of the family suffering, you know, for the cause of the family and for those around you. I wouldn't even really say that that's just a thing that would be unique to men. But when they sell it as like, well, if other people are screwing you over and you're suffering because of that, that's just part of being a man, then to me, that's kind of an unfair deal. You know what I mean? Klaus says, well, couples therapy can be dangerous to men. If you end up with the feminist therapist, good luck with you. I'll tell you this, anybody I've ever known who's done couples therapy, it's not worked, and they've basically as much told me that like it was either it was just a big ass waste of time and money. So, you know, I don't want to say that's how it always is, but just from my anecdotal stories from people. Susan says her original quote was, "What can be unburdened by what has been?" She said about 100 times publicly. That sounds familiar. It's just honestly some of the speeches from Kamala, I don't really pay too much attention to them because sometimes she would say things. The thing about Kamala Harris is she just sounded like so fake and inauthentic. She really seemed like somebody that had imposter syndrome. And you would kind of hear her voice break too. Like even in her debate with Trump, she never came off as like genuine. It always came off really weird. So that, I don't know. I probably just, she would say things and it's just like, the hell are you talking about? What can be unburdened by what has been? Yeah, I don't know what that means either. It sounds like a way of talking about, like, I don't know. It's like if you're talking to some disadvantaged minority in society and it's like, what can be unburdened by what has been? That doesn't make any damn sense. Robert Spencer says couples therapy is just women get what they want sessions. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm all about thinking about things and what they mean to you and why. Like, if you have an emotional reaction to something and you don't know why, or you can't stop thinking about something and you don't know why, and you don't know why this person bothers you or why this event bothered you, you really should meditate on that and try to think about all the aspects of that and maybe why you and ascertain why you believe that, or maybe why you feel that way, and try to unthread that emotional knot. There's a charge in those psychic contents, and once you unknot that thing, then it'll fall away and stop, overtaking your consciousness all the time. But then you have to think there has to be understanding there. And I do believe that there could be such a good thing as like a true psychoanalysis, or like a true sort of questioning of things and being able to help seeing past your ego and seeing past your limiting beliefs to have a greater understanding and a greater connection with your sense of self. But, I just don't buy that that's what modern therapy has been doing for people. And I just feel like you can even screw yourself. You know what I mean? It's like you're going to couples therapy. Now you got to talk about all your emotions, which I feel like is probably step one to killing all attraction anyways. Like when it comes to that kind of stuff, like I'd rather talk about my emotions with my buddies. There was literally a clip going around earlier. I don't know if I can find it, but it was about a guy. He got down to his last spool of wire or something. Like he had a spool of wire, of like copper wire, for like 25 years. And he'd been using it his whole career on projects and things. And he was sitting on the back of his truck or something. And the spool had finally just finished. And his wife comes out and is just like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And then he explains to her this like whole thing about how this kind of represents he just got deep with it. You know what I mean? And it represented this like life as a man, and just, I don't know what the hell he said. It just kind of, he saw his life in this spool of copper and finally getting to the end of it, of this long journey. And he was just being, I don't know, just contemplative, introspective about that. And his wife was completely dismissive of it. Let's see, guy, copper, spool, wife. If you guys know what I'm talking about, please send me that. I would love to pull it up right now. This is emotions. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Here it is. Okay, I think I found it. People are very upset with how wife... Oh, here it is. Okay, let me pull this up, guys. All right, here it is. This is what couples therapy does to you. This is what it...
Hey, what are you doing? I came out to check on you.
Huh?
What are you doing? Thought you were working.
I'm looking at this.
What is it?
It's wire. It's a spool of wire. And I'm almost out of it. Can you see the spool of wire?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost out of it.
Okay.
And I've had this spool of wire for like 40 years. I bought it like
40
this.
years, not 20 years.
A long time ago. But it's like 40 years of my life is in the wire that's gone. Does that make sense? This is what's left. Does that make
I'm
sense?
sorry to hear that, and sad for you, but you're wearing your Jets hat, and I'm a little concerned right now that you're wearing your Jets hat.
So it's just like...
I thought that's why you were crying.
Okay, I'm done.
It's probably like the one time in like 30 years or however long he's been married to this woman that he, expressed something like that. And she was just like, it just went right over her head. Oh God. I mean, let's see the comments. And this is from Reddit, right? Reddit's all about being super progressive and liberal and even gynocentric. Whenever my partner is looking down and contemplative, I always approach them with my phone recording and ask them questions aggressively. That guy looks like he's been really patient the last 40 years. Literally at the end of his tether, I guess. End of his wire that he's had for 40 years. That guy went deep and just got railroaded. I hope she made it up to him, but considering this was uploaded, maybe not. So yeah, there you go. There's your couples therapy. Robert Spencer says, LL hogwash. There's a reason that most women request couples therapy in a divorce. I mean, if you don't mind expanding on that, I wonder if it just gives them more leverage in the divorce. I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at. Yenu says, one has to think she might be doing it for content too. Probably. I'd like to think on the guy side it was a genuine thing. Let's see what is going on here. Let's see what this lady says.
Where he realizes that he's had it for about 40 years and it's running out, and he kind of has this
Apparently
clash with mortality, only for his wife to kind of take the piss out of him by coming out and making fun of him for it. Well, the wife Cindy has responded, but she's only made things worse. So in this video, Cindy basically explains, you guys just don't have a sense of humor. Dan is fine. But the video is made even weirder because of the fact that Dan isn't even there, so all we have is her word to go off of. This video was not well received, with the top comment being, Dan is fine, and he will continue to be fine every time you ask him how he is from here on out.
There you go.
So then she sends Dan in to make a video, and this makes things even worse because somehow Dan ends up apologizing for all of this, saying that it was unfair for him to blindside his wife with that. Blink twice, Dan. I guess she managed to successfully convince him that if he wants to have an existential crisis, he's going to have to pencil it in on the family calendar ahead of time. It's just times like this, especially as the mother of a son, that I wish so many guys didn't fall for the whole happy wife, happy life, the wife is always right, just say sorry even if you didn't do anything wrong trope. Dan, you didn't do anything wrong.
Dan's a
and
hostage.
Cindy, now you have to apologize to Dan twice. Recently, I covered this video.
But is that going to happen? Is that going to happen? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. And there's not much Dan's deep in it at this point. You know what I mean? I don't even know. And if Dan chooses to exercise his authority, she might no fault her way out of there. It's just like a funny clip, you know. It could be a skit, but it doesn't seem like a skit, especially with that update. Caesar says, poor guy, my dad was a mechanic all his life. And he used to kind of act like that when he would toss old tools. Yeah, I could see that, you know, and I think guys are like that. I mean, yeah, maybe it's a guy thing, you know. Especially men who, I don't know, I mean, maybe it's even just a human thing, you know, like if you have tools of a job and you use that, like I use cameras, you know, it's just like, oh man, I finally reached the limit for this camera and this was my first camera or something and it's been with me for this long. And there's a bit of, I don't know, you know, it's like he's kind of shedding his old self, or you know, you had to brush with mortality. You can just think all the years that gone by and where you are now. He was just being really like introspective. His wife, even he's like, you know, it was my fault for blindsiding my wife. And it's crazy because us as guys, like, I don't even really disagree with him because he just kind of understands like the culture that we live in or whatever. It's like, yeah, the minute he opened up emotionally and his wife just could not handle it. And, you know, he got needled for it, basically. You know what I mean? And whether or not it's right or wrong, or in an ideal world, men could be emotional or something. It's like we've been conditioned to not do this. And a lot of guys who found the red pill probably did something like this with their girlfriend and then got cheated on later or got left. And they were that guy. And then, you know, later on, you just end up not doing that again. Yenu says, okay, maybe she's legitimately a tool. The follow-up doesn't help her case, I'll say that. Robert says that's exactly it, leverage. LARPing a desire to fix things, even though they're already done. That makes sense, Robert, as far as like doing couples therapy for a divorce. It's like, well, you know, I've been trying to fix things, and you know it's just not going to work anyways. Yeah. Yenu Ojiak, she's a textbook narcissist. Poor Dan. Yeah, Dan seems like a real. You know what I realized? Like guys like Dan, like you meet a guy like Dan, and you're like, Dan is like the coolest guy, like one of the coolest dudes I ever met. And I noticed this with like my buddy's parents. Like I'll meet like my buddy's dad, and he's like the coolest guy ever. And I'm like, man, I love this guy. This guy's like a second dad to me. I love it. You know what I'm saying? And it's every time I meet a guy that cool, when I meet my buddy's mom or I meet his wife or his girlfriend, they're an absolute B word. I hate to say it. And it's just like, damn it. So I have this thing where when I meet a guy that cool, I just know when I meet their feminine counterpart, they're going to be an absolute ball breaking pain in the ass. And it's like, I don't have to put up with that. I could throw their crap back at them. But the reason they're able to be ball breakers is because they're leveraging my bond that I have with someone like Dan in order to be an asshole to me. And it's like, I can throw shit back at them, especially if I'm really smooth about it. But if I do that too directly, it's going to sabotage my relationship with Dan. And I really like Dan. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I've met so many people. Ben Hart's another guy. You know, he was the father of that daughter that lied about him. And then he came out and even Elon Musk picked it up and he had to pay like $1 million in the divorce and he did everything to try to see his kids, but the mom wouldn't let him. It's like that guy, Ben Hart's so cool. He'd be like the greatest father-in-law, but you know, his daughter's a pain to deal with. And it's just, I don't know. It's just something I noticed. You know what I mean? Let's look at the comments here real quick. Guy cannot catch break. Let's save that. Wife hate button. Dan, we ride at dawn. Homie got gaslighted into thinking it was his fault. He's being abused. Apologizing for having feelings. This poor guy. This is really the state of men today. This is the state of men today. And you know what's funny is Robert mentioned leverage, and I think leverage has to do with this. Is it really that men can't be emotional, or is it that the system is so set up against us that the minute we are emotional, they can just screw us over? If we lived in a fair system where family law was actually fair, I bet you as a guy could be emotional sometimes. And it's like, can anybody not be like, you know, you can be not emotional for 20 years, but I think any guy is going to have a breaking point where it finally comes out. And it's like, if the wife can't handle that and then your whole marriage is on the rocks, that's complete BS. Like, you should be able to be emotional at least once, like at least in a moment like this, where he's looking at his spool of wire and it's just like, oh my God, you know what I mean? He's having this moment. And if we lived in a fairer system where the wife doesn't have all this leverage to just leave him and destroy everything, Dan would probably feel a little bit more secure in letting out some emotion because he doesn't have to worry about getting completely screwed over here. But he's a hostage at this point. He's a hostage. Sorry, I gotta look at the. I hate Dan's wife. When did it become funny, quote unquote, to be mean to your husband? I mean, when did this happen? I mean, we had Peter Wright in here, who literally is the creator of gynocentrism.com. But if we looked at that history, we can piece the timeline of when it became funny to be mean to your husband. Damn it, I missed a lot of things. She's a textbook narcissist. Poor Dan. Very much so. Caesar, hey man, thank you so much again for that donation. Sorry I was late on that. I don't trust that lady commenting on Dan. I know. Dan's completely taken hostage. Poor Dan, man. I like Dadvocate. Is that a channel or creator? I'll have to check him out. Dadvocate. Oh, Klaus says, kind of funny. One of my weaknesses, I have a hard time tossing old tools, even though I know I'll always use new, better ones. I think I know why you're like that, Klaus. It's like, you know, the minute like my cameras get old, I will probably choose to put like a camera that doesn't work that well anymore, like on one of these shelves, because there's like this kind of connection you have with it. It's almost like an extension of yourself, you know, and it's been such a part of yourself and it's got you through like so many tough times. And I don't know, it's like there's been infused this numinous quality into this inanimate object that kind of has some aspect of consciousness or something that you've put into it, you know? Yenu says it. Yeah, gynocentrism. Exactly. That's gynocentrism, where her emotions matter more. I'm really thinking that's all BS right there. Like, her emotions should not matter more than your emotions. You know, your emotions should matter. But it's like the minute you say that, you know, the guys on this real man video over here are gonna be like, well, you're not being a real man, you know, like you're being a soy boy. And not to be tough on this guy, he seems like a good dude. But I'd like to think if things were a little bit more balanced, like you can be a little bit more emotional. I'm sorry, I gotta go back to this thing because I just want to see more comments. They've been hitters. Thank you for getting it, Lauren. Hey, Nick Freitas, that's the guy that interviewed Jeff Younger last week. We reacted to him because, you know, he lost that case, and then the chemical castration happened to his son, unfortunately. Dan is a protector. No matter what his wife did or did not do, he is a protector. He is duty bound to take his own fear and pain. Here comes the TradCon. To take his own fear and pain and whatever else and make it secondary to his wife and protect her from her own mistakes. I get it. Sometimes she is right and sometimes she is wrong, but she is always his wife. He can't feed her to the wolves and he can't leave her in the cold. It is actually the finest testament to Dan. I don't know what this is saying, but it sounds a little, you know, simpish. You know, you can just never, ever do this no matter what. And the funny thing is like the guy's not even in the house. He's outside. Like he tried to keep it outside of the house. You know, he's outside. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure he's not even inside. And the wife goes out to him to be like, what the hell is the matter? And it's like, at this point, you either lie to your wife, you bottle up your emotions. It's going to come out some way or another, or you choose to tell her the truth. The unfortunate thing is he decided to be honest. He decided to be honest with his wife, you know, like truly honest with her about what he was feeling. And then that happened. But this guy's just like, oh, you put her in danger. You opening up about your emotions put her in danger, and you're not a real man for that. He can't feed her to the wolves and he can't leave her in the cold. It's actually the finest testament to Dan. I didn't have Dan's wife becomes the most hated woman on the internet for my 2025 bingo card. Is your wife controlling? Tell him no, honey. Say no. Dan says, no. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I let this get off the rails. Well, I'm sorry. I had to do it. Yup. It's plain and simple gynocentrism. Dan's not allowed to have feelings because it's a burden on his wife, which is complete BS. You know what I mean? And it's all about the fact that Dan has no leverage. If leverage was made equal, and you needed to genuinely be emotional, I bet you could for a bit. You know what I mean? At least to some extent, you could be human. This is how men end up believing that they're disposable, and how men end up just kind of being relegated to robot slaves. Like, this is like the worst aspects of gynocentrism. And a lot of guys are Stockholm syndrome into believing that, you know. Mr. Pitt says, even Justin Waller avoids legal marriage. No matter how you cut the cake, this is an acknowledgement that you can't out-masculine the state with regard to dating and mating. Absolutely not. And, you know, once you're in it, you're giving up leverage, unfortunately. And it didn't used to be like that. The amount of leverage you were giving up used to be matched. You know, whether it was from a fair family law, the dowry system. We made it an hour and 8 minutes into this one without mentioning dowry. That leverage that you had to do, it used to be matched. So both people are leveraging into this commitment. You know what I'm saying? Right now, Dan has leveraged everything, and his wife is not. You know, but yes, very true, Mr. Pitt. Robert says old tools work. You're taking a risk on new ones. Plus, you have memories. I'll give you that too. A lot of times old tools are made a lot better than some of the new stuff that we got. I mean, I think that's true for like AC units and lawnmowers specifically. Caesar Quintana, give that TradCon comment the Reverend X. I know. I think Mr. Pitt sent me that sound effect. I apologize, Mr. Pitt, if you sent me that and I still haven't put it on my soundboard. I'm going to go back in the Discord and look for that. That's the we don't give a F what you think. Cut that. Next caller. I love that sound effect from Coach Greg Adams. All right. I think we've read enough of these. I'm going to read one more comment. I'm sorry. This is from Mr. JML. This guy looks serious. So basically, Cindy wanted to make fun of Dan, and the internet took sympathy upon Dan, which caused Cindy to feel guilty. And it's now Dan's fault that the internet took sympathy on him and made her feel guilty. So Dan literally had to apologize for blindsiding his. God, just using the word blindsiding is crazy. Like, how is that blindsiding somebody? It's not like you got blindsided with the breakup, or you got blindsided finding out, God forbid, your child isn't yours. Like that. This is what a blindside is in 2024. So Dan literally had to apologize for blindsiding his wife with his mortality when all she really wanted to do was just make fun of him on the internet. Oh man, yeah, that's gynocentrism made manifest right there. Sorry guys, that was just too good.
Doing for them the sacrifices I make, that adds the purpose to the pain to carry. The pain that I.
Okay, now we just watched that. Let's see how this sounds to us about, the sacrifices and the pain. See, it's one thing to accept the sacrifices and burdens, but not even being able to like reflect on them for 2 seconds and share some of that pain sometimes is the most toxic part about this.
When there's even just a little bit of appreciation and recognition for it, the pain that I go through, it becomes an instant joy to carry. Because
see, so it's like this guy can't let out this thing about this copper wire. Instead, what he needed to do was get a philosopher's stone and alchemically transmute that from this existential angst and pain that he was feeling into joy. Like, you know what? I'm happy about all this. I'm happy I did all this. Let me just flip a switch and then say I'm happy. Yo, Happy Bachelor. Hey, man, welcome in here, bro. Glad to see you. What's up, Shah? What's up, fellas? I'm late, but I'm here. Hey, no worries, man. Appreciate you coming in and being here in the stream. We're just trying to figure out what a real man is and if it's ever okay for us to let out emotions. And we're finding out that in a gynocentric world, the answer is no. No, it is not okay. And we're all disposable robots, by the way. And anytime we feel bad about any kind of burden, you just have to be happy about it.
The gratitude, the appreciation, people seeing what I'm doing for them, the sacrifices I make, that adds the purpose.
That guy with the copper wire has been sacrificing for 40 years, and his wife has been watching that happen every single day. You saw how it turned out for him.
Pain, and it equals growth rather than suffering.
They don't need to talk it out.
They don't need to talk it out.
Get rid of it. They need the one that they're going through this hell for to recognize it's there.
Okay, so they don't need to talk it out to the therapist. They need the one that they're going through this hell to recognize it. That guy in the video tried to do that for like 2 seconds once in 40 years, and his wife completely just like deflected it, threw it in the trash, and it just, this is the promise that guy is giving you. And then at the end of that 40 years, if you make it that long, that's what you're going to be met with.
And to be grateful that the man is carrying this for them. They don't need therapy. They need gratitude.
They need gratitude.
They don't need therapy. They need gratitude. I know as much of a real man as I aim to be, well, gratitude goes a long way for me. Now, we can't have a discussion about what it is to be a real man without...
I mean, I don't even know how to, like, it's almost kind of confusing. It's like, how do you get the gratitude if you can never discuss how big of a burden and how much sacrifices you actually made and how much pain you went through for those that you love? How can they ever be grateful if you can never even talk about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Listening to Joe Rogan, and I do really enjoy his thoughts on this. Take a look.
It's one of my favorite quotes ever because it's true. Most men live lives of quiet desperation. You're just in this world where you just can't wait to just run away. You have to put aside enough money to give yourself a window. And then you have to have a plan. And you have to spend all your waking hours outside of whatever shit job you do planning your escape. Do it like your life depends on it. And to know that the consequences of not doing that are horrific.
That's not even anything to do with relationships. I mean, I remember that clip from years ago. That's like people just kind of living lives they're not happy with and trying to get some kind of independence out here.
I agree with that. Most men live quiet lives of desperation. What this means to me.
I don't know, man. Maybe the answer is just flipping everything on its head. You know what I mean? Like, maybe instead of like being afraid of being called weak, like just going forward in my life, when, my next girlfriend or whoever I'm going out with does something that disappoint me, I'm just gonna be like, "You're not a real woman. You're a weak woman." You know what I mean? And I'm just gonna complain about like I'm just gonna talk about everything I had to go through. Like I had to drive all the way over here to see you. I had to get the car cleaned. I had to do all this stuff, and I'm just gonna like keep doing it and see how long it lasts.
As a man, you're stuck doing something, whatever. You hate your job, but it pays the bills. Whatever you have to do to organize your escape in a responsible way, even though, of course, there's going to be risk to it.
Escape to what? So, escaping the suffering. To what? To a marriage or to some woman like that, like Dan's wife. You know what I mean? Like that escape thing and that quiet desperation, like guys are probably trying to escape out of their marriage. You know what? Maybe it does apply to relationships and guys are in quiet desperation, suffering, under gynocentrism, and they're planning their escape to Coach's free agent lifestyle.
Rogan says, do it as though your life depends on it. We have to go outside of our comfort zone. It's not like if we need to, it's we need to. The only question is when, and can we recognize the comfort zone that's become our coffin? I was listening to a church service just over the weekend, and their message was profound. It spoke to my man's heart. I think it's profound for anybody, but especially men. They were talking about you have to go outside, outside metaphorically relative to your comfort zone. And our inner voice likes to talk us out of it. No, it's dangerous outside. And the sermon went on and said, yes, it is dangerous outside. However, it's far more dangerous inside, playing it safe in your comfort zone. Now, to complete our little
when I was younger, that was a thing that kind of was something I came upon, was that I used to tell myself you have to embrace uncertainty. And, all the treasures and boons lie in the darkness of uncertainty. And, trying to romance and romantic love and romanticizing something is kind of a desire for certainty. It's like, I want this one person and they're perfect. And, if I could just have them, then everything would be great. That's being stuck on certainty. Going out and meeting new people and, hollering at new women and just doing all kinds of stuff. You're going to meet people and find things that you never even imagined existed when you were just stuck on like this one person and being in love with them and just putting yourself in this little box of a world that probably doesn't even really exist, So I don't know. I kind of like that last part. I mean, it makes sense. You got to embrace uncertainty. I think that's just good life advice for anybody. I don't know if that's just for men, but I think that's important. Now don't go too crazy with the uncertainty. You can embrace uncertainty like it's nobody's business and then end up at the child support office 9 months later asking yourself what the hell happened or what some sort of disease, God forbid, or I don't know, all kinds of bad things could happen. But that's part of uncertainty. So, we do our best. Oh man, where did I last leave this at? Gyno. Maybe I should go to therapy. Kind of funny. I think it was here. Man, I don't even know. I'm so down this. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Maybe I should go to therapy for not tool tossing. Yeah, exactly, Klaus. You need to what you're doing is unhealthy and you're just bottling up a bunch of tools and that's bad. I don't think it is. Yenu said, yup, it's plain. It's because the tools have meaning to them now. It's like, I like to collect things. And I like to collect things that have like meaning for me. You know what I mean? And that have like a story behind it. Even like this, like there's characters here. Like, yeah, I think they're cool for a reason. And there's things about their character that I find interesting. Except the Predator. He was just cool because he was cool. I don't know a damn thing about his character. Marcus Gray, JP, I see you guys. Shout out to you guys, man. Thanks for being in here. I just want to go through the chat in order. Yup, it's plain and simple gynocentrism. Dan's not allowed to have feelings because it's a burden on his wife. Yeah, like, so there can just be no burden on his wife at any time. She has to do nothing. And then the craziest part is like women will sell themselves on being like emotionally intelligent. They will sell themselves on being like emotionally nurturing. But what it really is them just trying to find out your weaknesses and then use them against you. That's just how it turns out. Mr. Pitt says, even Justin Waller avoids legal marriage. No matter, I did read this one before. No matter how you cut the cake, this is an acknowledgement that you can't. I'm just gonna say, okay, got it. Sorry, I went too far back, guys. What's up, Shah? What's up, fellas? What's going on? Happy Bachelor. Okay, checking in. How are you, Shah? Hope you are well. I'm doing pretty well, man. I can't complain. It's been a good week. I had a great Christmas and a good day after, and it's been a nice week. You know, one of my buddies had a baby shower on last Sunday, and I did photos for him, and my goal was to get all the photos done before Christmas, and he was like super happy with the photos, and it made me feel good on the inside. You know, it was just good. It was good all around. Hope everyone else having a good Saturday evening. I hope that too, man. Shout out to you, bro. Yep. Thanks, JP. You too, man. Marcus Gray says tradcons and progressives aren't that different. Progressives are proud to place women above themselves, and tradcons tell you to do it for the greater good. Both are simps. Yes, very much so. That's very true. I wish I had a special sound effect for you right there. But you know, I think this is true.
They played us like a damn fiddle.
They're playing us like a fiddle, definitely. And you know, ultimately, it's kind of like utility value for men and what they can use men for. I think it's complicated. As in some of his videos, it's complicated channel. I like his stuff. Is if you ask a feminist to define what a real man is, and like if you ask like a tradcon to define what a real man is, like they both kind of center around like some utility and duty that you do for them. You know what I mean? Caesar Quinn, unpaid emotional and mental labor. That's a great point right there. All the unpaid emotional and mental labor that the men have to do at this point. What that guy's doing by bottling up his feelings is emotional labor to like not, God forbid, his wife feels slightly uncomfortable for the littlest amount of time. Dan failed at the end there. Unfortunately, he did. You know what's crazy too? Like you can say that was basically a shit test. You know what I mean? Like especially that last part of it where he's just like, it was my fault. You know what I mean? But Dan has a 40-year marriage, and it could be on the rocks, and it could all be down the drain tomorrow. And then he's got hell of some problems after that. Don't forget to thumbs up, guys. Help Shah. Oh, yeah. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, please. Thanks, Happy Bachelor. Anytime you guys hit the like button, helps me out. Appreciate you. Hopefully we can get this up a bit. I've been trying to make more standalone videos throughout the week and hopefully grow the channel a bit. But, you know, we're having fun.
Dissertation on compelling thoughts about what it is to be a real man. We have to talk about men being of service. So this last clip, let's throw it back to Dwayne.
Men being of service. Okay, here comes the duty.
The rancher.
Real man is born.
A real man is born to serve. Okay.
Last clip, let's throw it back to Dwayne the rancher.
Oh, God.
Real man is born to serve, period. And we can't lose that. Masculinity to protect and to serve and to help. If you're going to be a good man, it's not enough to be a good man for the sake of being a good man.
Man, see, this is like where in the beginning of the stream I'm talking about like the idea of duty and then the idea of masculinity. And like, are those different things or the same things? And I think they're separate things, but oftentimes I think they sell being a real man and masculinity as having these duties that you have to do, no questions asked. And I think a lot of red pill guys are kind of the first to say, why I can be masculine, I can be a real man, quote unquote, a man without having to do duties for no dang reason, especially if they're not going to be reciprocated with the other side's duties. You know what I mean? You could say, I think duties are just a separate thing. That's not inherent to being a man. You can say women have duties. The men have duties. Like it should be equal across the board when it comes to duties, or at least complement each other. So to say that's wound up with being a real man is the part where I think this diverges from what we're seeing now versus like tradcon guys.
You need to be a good man so you can better serve and better protect and be better to those that are around you.
Why be a good man? Well, the ultimate purpose of you being a good man, me being a good man, is to serve. Why do
it's to me? It's just all about the deal. It's all about the negotiation. And if serving and carrying out duty is a good deal for you, then it makes sense to do it. But if it's a bad deal, then I don't think it takes away your masculinity if you're like, no, if anything, you're more of a real man for saying, "Hey, no, why would I do that for you? Good luck to you. I don't know who you are. I don't want to do this, or you've been an asshole to me, or sorry to cuss, guys. You haven't held up your end of the bargain." The answer is no. What are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? And then, so it's just like this is the kind of thing where it gets a little off, a little off kilter for me. I like some of the stuff they said in here. There's some stuff I had to agree with. You know what I mean? I'm like, that makes sense. But when it all gets wrapped up into this is the problem. And listen, serving and protecting and doing all this for the people you love isn't even a bad thing. It is good, but it's just, if the other side of the deal is all out of whack, then it's like, how can you advocate for that? You know what I mean? Happy Bachelor says, one of the problems with the men are born to serve line is that in this current state of affairs, it's said into a vacuum. There's no corresponding response from the other side as to their part. Exactly. Man, I saw one of the coolest freaking videos today. I was looking at Japan in the 1970s, and I put that in my Watch Later playlist because I was like, I might want to share this with the guys. But there was a beautiful moment. There were a few beautiful moments in that video, which showed like what family life used to be. And we do not have that now, it seems. And it kind of just goes into this because it's like you saw like both sides, the husband and the wife both doing their thing, and it was just a beautiful thing, you know. It's sent to a vacuum. There's no corresponding response from the other side as to their part. Exactly. You do all this stuff and all this suffering, and then, you know, they're going to complain about, oh, well, I'm a slave, and, you know, he expects me to cook and do all this and then pick up his dishes and do the laundry. And it's just like, quit complaining, you know. So it just doesn't work. Again, the other side doesn't want to do their deal. So this whole being born to serve thing is just not working, unfortunately. I keep hearing duties. There was something in the background of like some music playing. I won't serve if there is no reciprocation. Exactly, man. Shout out to that. That's the truth. It needs to be a negotiation. It needs to be a deal. So I'm not a good man. I can live with that. Klaus, I mean, I think that they're basically saying that you're not a real man. You're not a real man, unfortunately. The ironic part is that they would consider a guy like you dangerous for society, actually. So I guess Jordan Peterson would then say that, you know, you're dangerous, Klaus. Maybe that then redeems your real manness right there. So, can you link the video? Yeah, let me go ahead and do that real quick. Get that video linked for you. Man, there's so much stuff I have on the stream that I've wanted to share throughout the week, and I feel bad because I kind of feel like I have so many things and it's just going to kind of derail. Maybe I'll save it for the end. I had this funny clip from it was like a wedding in China. I'll just save it for another time. I didn't want to forget about it, but yeah, I just put the link in there for you. So let's go ahead and just finish this. We only got like a minute left, and then we'll move on to the OnlyFans skit, which is hilarious.
We need this masculine strength, physically, mentally, emotionally, to serve your family, to serve your community, to serve the world through your work, and to serve God, of course. If men aren't living their life in service, we're being selfish. And I don't think that's what a man is designed to be. We certainly can't thrive in that state. You can choose to be in that state. Just good luck on how that works out for you. So for me, this last insight is very important to draw a distinction. Healthy masculinity isn't using our power to be all selfish, though you could use it for that. Healthy masculinity is using our strength to serve. Amen to that, brother.
You know, and it's like I can appreciate what he's saying, and I get that it comes from a good place. It's just the deal needs to be made good, better, and just balanced between both of the folks there. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, the guys need to do better is kind of an issue.
With that said, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So, you know, a TradCon video, you know, there's some parts of it that weren't so bad. You know, there's some parts that that are a little tougher to deal with. I think Dan's video and his copper wire spool kind of help us look at this from a different perspective. Robert says you'll just need to do more streams. Hey, yeah, that's a good point. If I ever did a second stream, it would be Wednesday nights. But, you know, I try to keep it to like once, just the Saturday night. You know, I do see a lot of stuff throughout the week, but, you know, maybe someday. I don't want to make big promises I can't keep. That wouldn't be very manly, I guess. But someday, you know, if the folks really like the streaming, then Wednesday evening would probably be the other time. Otherwise, it'd be like Saturday and Sunday, which is like kind of a big ask from the audience, you know. And anyways, maybe someday. You have too much content for one. Let's look at the comments real quick. You know, I'm sure, you know, it's going to be a lot of TradCon stuff, but, you know, we'll see how people feel. Our culture doesn't seem to remember what a man or what a woman is. You know, it's funny because this is interesting to me, just this conversation about what a man or what a woman is. And to me, technology is always the X factor, right? And, you know, we've gone through this industrialization and now we're going through a technological revolution and all these kinds of things that really change the needs that men and women have of each other. And it's like culture can't remember what it is because things are changing so fast and people are able to do things or get certain needs met in different ways, which really throws a huge wrench into this equation. Though I feel like this is written like it's supposed to be common sense, like, oh, isn't it just crazy we don't remember? But it's like there have been very real environmental changes here. My grandpa always taught me, be a peaceful man, but be a prepared man. I always loved how the peaceful part came first. Rest in peace, Grandpa. You're a great man. That sounds like an awesome grandpa. My dad is a real man. He's an answer the phone at 3 a.m. and say, where do you need me type man. He taught me hard work, the ability to hunt and fish, fix any vehicle, fix any issue with my home, and the importance of friends. I hope I'm doing half the job he did and still does, and I'm trying my best to do the same for my kids and grandkids. Hey, you know, no issue with self-reliance there. I mean, answer the phone at 3 a.m. Listen, if I had a kid or my wife or somebody called me at 3 a.m. and something was going on, I would go help them, but there would be a huge helping of what the hell are you doing out at 3 a.m. looking for trouble? Why the hell weren't you home? And they better have a damn good answer for that. Real woman here. Thanks to all the real men in America. God bless you and know that we need and appreciate you. My husband is my hero and I love being his wife. We will all the real men please stand up. You know, I just gotta, it just says it's positive. You know, I get it, you know, whatever. Ships are safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are for. Thank you for this wonderful broadcast. As a woman, there is nothing more comforting than to feel protected by her men. On the other hand, there's nothing so devastating than a man who betrays that trust by abuse. Okay, see, this sounds like an undercover feminist right here. This is going to be some cosplay going on here. She's holding this card real close to her chest for when this guy does one thing that she does not approve of. When the guy stands up for himself, the abuse card is coming quick. It takes a great man who learns how to balance his strength with gentleness. Defined by who? Thank you to all you men out there for your strength, courage, and kindness. Real men seek truth. Impulse control is definitely a virtue. A real man is a man who protects his family, his home, and the freedom of our nation. Anyways, that was fun. We're going to move on to this. This is just going to be a fun 3-minute video that's kind of funny. And maybe I'll do a poll. We can do the true crime one, aiming for justice. Maybe we could save this towards the end. You know what? Screw it. Let's just do this one next. How Republicans fail men and fathers. It's only 5 minutes. We'll do this for the funsies, and then we'll see what Men Need to Be Heard has to say. I like all his stuff, by the way. This guy's really cool. So let's just go ahead and do this. Just because it's pretty funny. From OnlyFans star to Christian influencer. So this is kind of like, you know, like Nala, and I can't think of other people, but Nala's kind of like the big one known for this.
I'm sick of doing OnlyFans.
Really? Why? Are you tired of whoring your body out for money?
No, not at all. It just takes too much work.
To lay there and be naked?
Yeah, 3 times a week.
How much money have you made on OnlyFans?
Like $20 million?
Huh. I have an idea.
What?
What if I told you you could monetize something new that only takes a fraction of the time that OnlyFans does?
What could that possibly
Only a fraction of the time.
be?
You become a Christian influencer.
Huh?
Yeah, it's really trendy right now, actually. People love it. Story of redemption. Girl starts out on OnlyFans, and then after she's made millions, she
There it is, Nala.
all of a sudden finds Jesus and then preaches Christianity and morals to people on Instagram.
But I'm not a Christian, and I don't have any morals.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not dumb enough to think you do, but people on Instagram are.
I don't think so. I just don't see the point.
But you could make millions more selling Christian merch to idiots that fall for it.
I'm in.
You know, that's kind of an interesting thing. Like, you know, whether or not Nala's thing is genuine or not, it kind of makes you wonder, like, there's a coach in the background that's like coaching this kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Let's get started.
Hi, everyone. I have an announcement to make. I will no longer be doing OnlyFans because I now love
Jesus. He's like, don't forget.
Jesus. I love Jesus now. Jesus told me that he wants to use me to share his teachings to other people. He told me to tell you that too. And he also told me to tell you on Instagram.
This is great.
And I'm really excited to share my newly designed I Heart Jesus sweatshirts
Oh yeah, there's the merch.
available in my shop now. Click the link in my bio.
That's perfect.
Hey Christians.
I can't remember if did someone say this like actually happened. I don't know if that's true, but she's got like her Bible upside down, or like somebody actually did that and they didn't realize
I was
it.
just reading my Bible and
It's upside down.
I was just reading my Bible and it occurred to me that you should be asking yourself, how can I best be serving God right now? And my new leather cover Bibles with my face on them are available in my shop. Click the link in my bio.
See, what I don't know about Nala is like I don't know what merch she's selling or if she's really selling merch or not, but that would be kind of funny if you know I think she might be selling some merch, but I can't remember exactly what it
If
is.
you love Jesus.
Got some comments coming in. Praise God you found Jesus. You go, girl. Your story of redemption is so powerful. It's working. All right, now people love a Christian woman that raises her own chickens.
This is the best. This is the best, right? Because this is where the cosplaying really comes in, and I don't even know if it really has much to do like because there's those like tradfluencers. I don't know if they're super religious, but they'll make it seem like they got like the homestead and they're just doing everything from scratch, but they're really either just hella rich, you know?
You ready?
Yep.
No. Remember, keep your clothes on for this content.
Does it really matter?
Kind of does. Yes.
Whatever. All right.
Yeah, give me that heel up one more time.
Just picked fresh from the Vine eggs because I'm Christian now. Look for the new trad wife shirts in my shop or you're going to hell. This is my favorite part of the skit when it goes back in the carton.
Gross.
Okay. I found Jesus because of you.
Oh, I just noticed. I didn't notice that before.
You're such a good role model. You've overcome so much. Proud of you. You've changed my life. You inspire me. God is using you.
There's the money.
Idiots.
Yeah, I think the rest of this is just like an advertisement. You know, pretty funny skit. Religion's unfortunately one of those things where I think like people don't want to say someone's not being genuine about it because it feels like bad to do that. You know what I mean? But it's funny as hell, and I get it. You know, like I watched a lot of like Pearl stuff on this, and she's been like one of the people calling them out. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's like, you know, you kind of feel bad, but then when they're really just selling stuff, and it's all like kind of a money thing. It is very, very weird. Thanks so much for having me. Okay, that's the actress. Great satire. Babylon B is going to regret not having this thought first. This is literally every 304 out there. It's a new trend. Christ can save a prostitute, no doubt about it, but true salvation implies true humility and repentance. And the last thing a woman who has been truly saved from the depth is going to do is pretend she's now some sort of authority or role model of the Christian life. That seems to be the big issue with all of this, is the kind of preaching that seems to happen after the change. In a case where she is truly saved, it is more likely she would simply disappear from the internet and social media due to new priorities, new affections, and a godly sorrow for her previous life. So this seems to be the criticism that I think makes the most sense, from the other side. But it's tough to say, and then there's like there's a bunch of different ways that people look at their religion. There's a bunch of different institutions, and they find one that seems to kind of work for them. Sad but true, and there may be a few that are honest and legitimate. See, and it's the nagging doubt, it's the plausible deniability, and this is what gets me too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I always feel bad. I'm like, well, I guess time will tell. But when it comes with selling stuff, yeah, this is a problem. It's a big red flag. I guess the justification is usually something like, well, that was my only income, and I stopped doing that, so I got to do something to make money now, which does sound like a grift, because there are other things that you could probably do to work. Caesar, thank you so much, sir. I gotta go to your interview with Pearl and get like the perfect frame, and then I gotta put that in an actual frame and put it like right here, Caesar Quintana, and then I can point to it. We need the holy guidance of Saint Michael Knowles. Yeah. Oh man. Gosh, I was trying to think if there was something recent with Michael Knowles. I think he had a tweet on the whole immigration fiasco. I wanted to do a standalone video on that. I do have literally all the oh, come on, is this gonna reload? Damn it. I have all the freaking tweets saved with this whole like fiasco and the whole H1B and like Vivek's tweet and all that kind of stuff. I wanted to do a video on this. I think this is an interesting issue. At first, I didn't do the video because I'm like, it's kind of different from stuff. But this is very much tied into the family creation issue. He's talking about how the culture in the U.S. doesn't create like the smartest people to be the best engineers, and a culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World and will not produce the best engineers. And all the stuff that he describes about like math competitions, like a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. And it's just like all the stuff he's talking about, going to the math stuff, doing the math competitions, and all the extra studying really happens in a 2-parent household. You know what I mean? And if every single family is just, families are getting destroyed out here, it's going to show in the kids' upbringing, unfortunately, and their ability to pay attention in school and not act out and do bad things and all that kind of stuff. And, these guys will come out here and say stuff like that, and you need to do better. That's what it was. Michael Knowles had a post on this. Let me see if I can find it, where he was basically like, it was on the birth crisis thing. And if we want to be the best, then we need to be having more children. Of course, nothing to do with, maybe changing a little bit of the system there. And let's see I think it was recently. Oh, come on, Michael. I know you posted one thing. Come on, Michael. I'm afraid to scroll Twitter. I mean, even though it's Michael Knowles, it's just, what's her OF site? I don't know. Hell, I can't find it. I'm sorry, guys. He put a lot of tweets. He basically, was saying that, everybody needs to have more kids and stuff like that. Oh, here it is. I found it. To reduce immigration, we need to procreate. Okay, thanks, genius. We didn't see that before. Which means we need less contraception, which means we must subject the will to reason, which means we need a classical rather than liberal understanding of freedom. See, this goes back into that discussion of freedom. That's how I saw this because Paul Elam responded to this. Let me just pull that up. Paul Elam. Damn it. Let me see if I can find it. But it's just like, it's just like, well, you need to, yeah, here it is. Paul Elam said it best, honestly. He says, translation, to reduce immigration, we need blindly put more American men's heads on the chopping block of our family courts. Stupid plan that will just explode the population of single mothers and fatherless alienated children with ultimately low birth rates. Get it through your thick aff head, Michael. You'll never incentivize the creation of families without a complete overhaul of family law first. And I had to retweet that one. That's exactly it. And it's like, I don't think Michael Knowles is like that he just doesn't know, or he really doesn't. He has to understand that angle of it. But it's like anytime that happens, instead he's literally, like anytime that happens, it's just there's either the religious argument or whatever. And now he's gone on changing how we understand freedom, and classical understanding of freedom. I think we talked about this last week, is where you have to protect people like from their own ignorance, and people with freedom might not understand how to not harm themselves or something. So there needs to be safeguards on that. So his version of freedom is different from the kind of wholesale freedom that we have today. And it's just like the way this translates to anybody, whether they're on the, if they're a progressive left, or even if they're a tradcon undercover feminist woman, is that they're just going to lose freedoms. You know what I'm saying? So he's kind of basing it off that, and no mention of changing family law or making marriage. Here we go. Oh, well, here we go. He clarified it. To procreate properly, we need marriage, which means we need a rational definition of marriage. Okay, that's interesting, which means we must subject the will to reason. Okay, he's going to glorify, I believe, I think he calls that logos sometimes, which means we need a classical rather than liberal understanding of freedom. Notice a pattern. I think this could be a good standalone video on its own. There was actually a video that I saved from this guy called Thinking Ape, and it was talking about freedom and how we understand freedom. And where we are now is entirely wrapped up with how we value freedom and understand, freedom. But I think we're at a point where being American and what's synonymous with American, maybe even Western values, is the freedom we have now. You know what I mean? So that ain't going nowhere. Hey, what are you doing? Stop being bad. Just real quick, I missed some chats. Oh, Michael selling his own cigar brand, Mayflower, if I'm not wrong. That's right. Yep. I don't know if Matt Walsh has one. I hate to admit how much I like cigars. I'm glad cigars are expensive, or I'd have like a real issue. I love his Thanksgiving videos. Hilarious. I'll have to see those sometimes. Of course, my father won't talk to me anymore now that I shared it with him. His Thanksgiving video. I'll have to see that. That's interesting. I want to dig into this Michael Knowles tweet a little bit more. I just got to make sure it's safe, since X is like not safe. Here's a reply. If government is still required to license a marriage, you're a terrible Christian for putting God under the state, and there's no further discussion to be had on this with you. I'm going to go ahead and give that guy a like. It's almost as if we should embrace the wisdom of our ancestors rather than disregard them. Michael, please, I beg of you, make the next DW documentary, What is Marriage? Walsh can't be the only one making all the documentaries. I'm getting into the weeds on this subject, and I realize it, but the direction of the conversation leads here. We need more people. Why? To work jobs, apparently. What is it that we need all these people to produce? Is it a righteous purpose, or is it just to work to work? Is it to produce more code for better AI? Is this what this discussion is actually about? I don't know. That's kind of getting into the weeds. But anyways, yeah, so that whole H-1B discussion I thought was pretty good. I say we move on to this now, guys. How Republicans fail men and fathers. I mean, we just saw that Michael Knowles tweet. I thought that was perfect. Let's see what he has to say about this.
One of the chief jobs of masculinity is to protect femininity.
Oh my God, our favorite character.
And if you are doing your job right on what genuine masculinity is supposed to be, not just the aggression, not just the competitiveness, not just the capability for violence, but the honing all of that,
a lot of that can be reduced down to directness.
In order to serve a noble purpose, you will be shocked at how that will call out femininity as well.
One of the things that I've long pointed out is the fact that the right, the Republican Party, if you will, actually supports feminism and its anti-male narrative.
Man, see, I appreciate that he said that right out of the gate. He really gets it.
Every bit as much as the left does. And this is a beautiful example of it. The man in this video, in case you don't know, is Nick Freitas, a creator and Republican politician.
That's the guy that interviewed Jeff Younger that we reacted to last week.
In the Virginia legislature. And the truth of the matter is, I like Nick a lot. I like a lot of what he stands for with regard to relationships and marriage, and I genuinely think he means well. And I truly believe he's a decent guy. But this take where he's telling men that their number one job is to protect femininity is nothing more than repackaged feminist propaganda.
Yeah, it's gynocentrism, and it feeds into this like men are disposable kind of narrative, and that's what should be giving you joy in life, and it's your duty to serve and all this. And this is why I'm trying to ask the question, like, is duty and masculinity, are they really wrapped up in each other? Can you be a real man without the duty? You know what I mean? Even if you have the ability to perform them, because it's like what. It's just this weird thing where it's like only men have duties. It just seems like that. It's just beat on the men, and you're not a man unless you're actually performing these duties. But when the deal sucks so bad, it's like I could be performing those duties, but I choose not to because that is stupid to leverage myself. I don't want to make that sacrifice. I don't feel like taking on that burden. That's a crappy deal for me, and I don't want to spend this unless it makes sense and there's something that's good that's going to come out of this that doesn't lead to me getting screwed in the end. Now they're going to say, you're selfish. Well, you're selfish for that. And whatever you want to call that, you have to look out for yourself, unfortunately, when the deal is this bad. Both sides at this point can call each other selfish. Real quick before we finish that, Caesar says, I think Michael plays dumb. He likes quoting Aristotle, the classical philosophers, church fathers, etc., but all those guys had misogynistic, not really, views on women. That's a good point. That's a great point also. Yeah, I kind of wonder what they would think about servant leadership, in that way. Maybe the idea of like duty, probably what they call duty now might go into a more classical understanding of what honor used to be amongst men. I think about like the concept of honor, and it's a concept that I like, but I tend to think the concept of honor has kind of left society at this point. Unfortunately, I think we live in a kind of honorless society. And it's been maybe transformed into this sort of servant duties, maybe if you call it servant leadership, but honor has just been transformed into whatever the utility value of duties was instead of some greater purpose for men in and of themselves versus just serving women, Back to this guy. He's saying some good stuff. Men need to be heard.
A feminist propaganda that believes men aren't worthy of caring or concern, aren't worthy of being valued as human beings.
See, and that is that's the Dan guy, right? With the copper wire. That's a legendary clip. I'm gonna need to save that. But that Dan Copper clip is exactly what he's talking about.
I mean, telling men that one of their main jobs, in fact, in some cases their only job, is to protect femininity is completely off the mark. In fact, telling men this is downright dangerous because if, God forbid, they were to do what you say in the video and just one woman or even a group of them out there misinterprets it or decides to view it as him being threatening, controlling, or harassing.
Remember, guys, we heard earlier, men should be dangerous. Men need to be capable of danger. They need to be dangerous. And, again, that feeds into men potentially being abusers and predators.
Well, then that man's life will be destroyed completely.
Let's hear that again.
Decides to view it as woman or even forbid they were to do what you say in the video and just one woman or even a group of them out there misinterprets it or decides to view it as him being threatening, controlling, or harassing, well, then that man's life will be destroyed. Completely and utterly destroyed. Sadly, this is a common mistake that the Republican...
That's the family law machinery in action, being the provider, being a protector, but especially the supporting party versus the supported party. It's going to get you taken care of real nicely there. LOL, duties, definitely a crap. Oh, duties. I get it now. I didn't understand what you meant before. Duties. Definitely a crappy deal. Great. That's an excellent play on words there, my good sir. Actually, shout out to you, Robert. I love that. You, sir, are a wordsmith.
Party makes, and it is and has always been part of their mindset. And they're stuck in that mindset. The one that says men are disposable, not worthy of caring, not worthy of concern. That their job, their only job, is to sacrifice themselves.
Exactly. And then the guy with the little copper spool in his hand, right? He's disposable. He's not worthy of being treated like a human. And we saw that. And hell, even when called out by like the entire internet, you know, the wife still had to double down and was just like, nah, hell no. And then gaslit the husband into the update video is the craziest part of that. That part is wild. Yeah, I agree, Caesar. Michael Knowles is just too self-aware for my taste. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I think he's an intelligent guy. It's just weird, you know what I mean? Or self-conscious, not sure which. I think he's a bit of what do they call it? A sophist? A sophist in the sense of someone who argues for the sake of being right, and it's like he has whatever it is that he believes in, and it's kind of limiting maybe his ability to be open to certain other perspectives that might help get us to a better understanding of things. So it's like he just has to fight for whatever those specific beliefs are, and that's just part of who he is at this point. It kind of comes off that way.
Literally give their lives even to protect women. Why? Why are women more valuable than men? Why don't men matter? And it's exactly that mindset that causes them to take men for granted.
And then this is when men start to question, I don't know if I want to carry out those duties. You know what I mean? And, we have such a problem with family creation over here and all that kind of stuff. And the answer, I guess, I mean, if this H-1B visa debacle here is to be a thing, is to import people from other places. And, it's almost like importing people from places where feminism has not quite taken over yet in order to kind of subsidize feminism over here. So it's like you got to import all this labor in order to kind of keep the edifice of this sort of, wholesale free society that we got to keep going, So it's like you almost have to have this underclass of like wage servants. Well, let's be frank. I mean, they want to bring these folks over here just so they can pay them less and they'll do the job and whatever. And it's really because the other folks over here, either because they can't have families or they just don't want to have families and they don't feel like doing it anymore. And, it really is strange. I've been thinking about that recently.
Why they do absolutely nothing to address the issues that men face because, well, it's all about protecting the women to them. The days of a man being seen as a hero for stepping up.
It's crazy when it's not just protecting like the women, but it's also like protecting them from emotions. Hell, even protecting them from their own emotions. And like, if you don't, you can be like abusive,
Doing the right thing are done. They're over. Protecting the women to them.
This is going to be the kind of turning the back on duties, especially since the deal is so bad.
The days of a man being seen as a hero for stepping up, for doing the right thing, are done. They're over. Yet the right is still trying to sell that snake oil.
Another thing we talked about on this channel is the deconstruction of the kind of feminine role or the feminine ideal. I sometimes call it the princess archetype. If you look at the archetype of the hero saving the princess, the guy kind of maps onto the hero and the woman maps onto the princess. And we had the whole Barbie movie come out. I think that was a little over a year ago now. I still need to make an analysis video of that. In which it kind of was our culture accepting the deconstruction of the feminine ideal, right? And what he's essentially saying here is that basically men don't want to be the hero because they're there is, no princess to save. That ideal's deconstructed. And we're at this point where, frankly, the only response back is to deconstruct the hero ideal. The entire last video that we watched and all these different clips about what a real man is, all that plays into the hero archetype, being a savior and a protector and vanquishing the villains and all this kind of stuff. But there used to be a princess you saved and then a kingdom that you got at the end of that. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So men are saying, why should we be heroes for nothing,
The fact is, men's sacrifices aren't acknowledged, let alone appreciated. Not in the least.
Acknowledged, appreciated, or like there's not even the tangible material stuff you're supposed to get from it isn't even there.
If anything, they have been and will continue to be villainized, ostracized even, for daring to do so. Oh, what? You don't believe me? Well, just look at Daniel Penny and all the others like him who've had their lives, their reputations destroyed, who've been charged with crimes or sued civilly for having the audacity and daring to protect women. And how fathers have been demonized, labeled as deadbeats and worse for decades now, despite the fact they love their children and would do anything for them, including spending billions upon billions of dollars every year fighting for their right to remain a dad.
Gonna be all the custody money there. We have even the science and data on this. We know child support involvement in poor families actually makes things worse. There's been studies on that. We know that fathers without the child support system involved actually end up contributing more to their kid's life than when the child support system gets involved, especially for poor families.
Remain a parent after divorce, a right that should be granted unequivocally, but is anything but. And oh, by the way, guess who led the charge to label dads as deadbeats and hold them accountable?
He's going to say Republicans and conservatives, probably in the mid-90s. That whole deadbeat dad stuff was a big deal back then. That's when we had child support, the kind of amping up of child support in the mid-90s. It got beefed up with Perora.
Guess who led the charge to pass no-fault divorce laws, which encouraged and incentivized women to get the man out of the house? Guess who passed all the child support reforms that created the dead broke dad? Yeah, I hate to break it to you folks, but it wasn't just the Democrats.
Yep.
It was the Republicans.
And he's right. There was wide bipartisan support on that. It was the welfare queens and it was the deadbeat dads. We got to get the deadbeat dads. I swear. Okay, you know what? We're just going to watch the video next. I wanted to watch Klaus's video next, but this next video about the true crime, you're going to see the judge in that video was like the ultimate like tradcon boomer. You're just going to see, you know what I mean? And it's messed up what happened. And the guy who did that made a terrible decision. It was blue pill rage. We'll discuss that, but it's just funny because the judge is totally like the deadbeat dad. Like it's beautiful. Your princess is in another castle. That sounds like something like for the Passport Bros. Like your princess is not here in this country. Please go overseas and find your princess over there.
Just go look up the Welfare Reform Act of 1996.
Yeah, that's Perora. That's Perora. I believe that's Personal Responsibility Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act.
And how Republicans blamed men for walking away from their families.
Also known as the Welfare Reform Act.
Democrats. It was the Republicans. Just go look up the Welfare Reform Act of 1996 and how Republicans blamed men for walking away from their families as the reason they needed to do it.
This would deserve a standalone video, honestly. But yeah, after no fault divorce comes in, ruins all these families, then Republicans come in and, Democrats also, and they're just like, you walked away, and all this stuff. And then they create like the harshest child support system ever that completely just wrecks people even more, ruins relationships between fathers and their children. I mean, we have studies on that.
Blame dads for the ever-increasing divorce rate, even though they knew then, as they do now, it's not dads walking away and filing for divorce, it's moms. by a wide margin. It's proof of just how those on the right support and believe in the superiority of feminism, every bit as much as the left, and how they don't value men, and certainly don't value fathers, how they don't care about them in the least or their issues. And it shows that they see them as nothing more than pawns to be sacrificed for the greater good of women.
Man, that was a great video. This guy, he knocked it out of the park in 5 minutes right here, man. Excellent, excellent. For men need to be heard. Check out some of the comments real quick. The feminist lie, it was never about equality, Bob Lewis. We shouldn't help someone who shows us contempt and uses false accusations. Never help, never approach. See, this is essentially it. Don't play the hero. Hey, look, it's Complicated Channel. Feminism is on both sides, yet we barely acknowledge the traditional misandry. Exactly. And we've reacted to a lot of his videos. He does a great job of really showing the undercover feminists and the kind of tradcon role in this entire debacle, so to speak. That's awesome. We shouldn't, and this right here is, this is going to be where men, actual men with enough, spine to stand up for themselves, walk away from, as Robert says, the duties, which is a crappy deal, because they're just getting screwed over here. So, these guys in the first video of that we watched, and they're talking about duty and protecting and serving as part of being a man, and to be a real man, you need to do these things. But it just doesn't square well. It doesn't square well with all of this stuff. So again, it just kind of comes off as like you're just not being man enough, and you need to be more of a man. Let me bring out the rancher cosplayer guy with the cowboy hat on and a beard to tell you this, even though all of us live in highly urbanized environments and don't have ranches of our own, but we should be like that guy. Robert says Reagan. Oh yeah. No fault for California. One of many reasons why I'm no longer affiliated with the Republican Party. I can no longer be tied to a party that is part of the problem. I am now and forever unaffiliated. I hear that. I hear that. That was me and why I didn't get off the couch last election. Chivalry is dead and women killed it. Dave Chappelle. I have obligation to do anything. I think it means I don't have an obligation to do anything for a society and women who thinks I'm worthless. If I'm worthless, then you don't need me. Some folks, it's complicated, as mentioned this in his videos. He doesn't agree with this statement. He'll say that technically chivalry is alive and well, and the entire dating expectations and cultures is chivalry. Panda Bay, hey Panda Bay, great to see you in here. Glad to have our resident panda here with us. Oh man, I wish I had Peter Wright's book on chivalry at hand. I must have put it somewhere else, but Peter Wright, who was actually in here blessing us with his presence, actually wrote the book. Oh, here it is. I actually do got it. Wrote the book on chivalry. So I love showing this thing. Peter Wright and Paul Elam. I got to give them both credit. This picture really says it all right here, doesn't it? That's the princess. That's the hero. Okay. The one neat thing doesn't make sense, but I guess that became popular. There he is, swearing his fealty to her in love service, being a knight for her. All right, let's move on. California was the first U.S. state to enact a no-fault divorce law. Its law was signed by Governor Ronald Reagan, a divorced and remarried former movie actor, and came into effect in 1970. Yes, indeed. Exactly right. That ship has sailed. Hey, come on. What you doing? Women for the draft. I hate to say it, but it's like, this is one of the things that is probably going to need to happen for like true equality. And again, I mean, technology and all these things, it's one of those things lesser talked about, but probably needs to happen. I was watching a video from like a third world country of like just guys working in dusty ass environments, picking up old ass tires and throwing them into this big ass thing. You know what I mean? And it was just men doing it. I just remember thinking like, where, would the women want to do this job? You know what I mean? when it comes to those like really just hard and terrible out in the sun kind of jobs. Standing ovation. Very few will acknowledge that misandry is something both parties completely agree on. Yes, it's coming more from the left, but the right is very much a willing participant. This video and these commenters, these guys, this should be like required viewing right here. Yeah, I'm Republican, but it pisses me off to constantly hear Tim Pool say everything is men's fault. Same with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was the more recent guy. 1000% correct, my man. Two wings of the same crooked bird. Yeah, this was pretty dang good, man. This was pretty dang good. Man, I wanted to look at Klaus's video next. Maybe I'll save that one for the end if that's okay with Klaus. Klaus has a lot of pull around here, so he's got a lot of clout. If he says otherwise, then I might have to watch this one first, and it looks hilarious. But I think this video might be kind of interesting just because it discusses family law a little bit. It is like a true crime video, and the thing he did was obviously very terrible. This is essentially what blue pill rage looks like, and that's kind of how I see it. And ultimately, we can learn that not to put yourself in a situation like this. I think we should just watch this one right now, and then later on, if you guys are feeling it, we got time. We'll just hit this up. I don't even know. I haven't watched this, but it looks really funny. So, all right, let's hit this up.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today, I will analyze the case of Darren Mack. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Darren Roy Mack was born on January 31, 1961, in Reno, Nevada. He graduated from Reno High School and attended the University of Nevada. From a young age, he worked at a pawn shop called Palace Jewelry and Loan, which was owned by his parents. In 1986, Darren's father was killed in an airplane crash, and Darren became half owner of the pawn shop.
See, this person comes from a generation of like before any of this awareness, a lot of the effects of the system that would then be in place and kind of create the culture we have now was kind of just put into place, so a guy like this couldn't have known how bad of a deal he was signing up for was. So let's just move on.
He continued working in the business after graduating from college and earned quite a bit of money. Darren married and divorced twice. During his second marriage, he had 2 children.
Okay.
In 1994, he met a woman named...
So he's got children in the second one. That's going to be the leveraged position there.
Charla. She was originally from Nevada, but moved to California to pursue a dream of becoming a big-time actress. She failed and ended up moving back to Nevada.
Failed to become an actress, moved back, found, beta bucks waiting back for her. Probably the guy that she remembers or something. Sounds like they kind of grew up maybe.
The couple became romantically involved. They married on May 13, 1995.
Looks like a nice, ideal couple here.
Both Darren...
1995, okay. I think 96 was welfare reform.
And Charla were extremely interested in having sex and engaged in swinging behavior.
I'm not going to judge them. That's what they were doing.
On December 22, 1997, they had a daughter named Erica. By 2002, Charla had calmed down quite a bit in terms of her sexual behavior. She was tired of swinging, but for Darren, Charla's attitude was a swing and a miss.
Interesting. Sounds like it was moving into some kind of a dead bedroom territory for them.
The couple fought a lot about this topic. Darren wanted to go out swinging, but his effort to swing for the fences failed. In 2004, Darren moved into a townhouse in Reno, as Charla remained in their primary residence. On February 7, 2005, Charla filed for divorce. The case was assigned to a family court judge named Chuck Weller.
Okay, yeah, this is the guy right here. What's fair about this video is towards the end, it actually talks about like the biases that some family court judges have. And this guy, he did get a crap deal. I think what he did was terrible. He should have just paid the damn money and moved on with his life. But it's just funny because it's like, this is the judge and this guy totally fits the profile of like gynocentric tradcon that just looks at every guy who got divorced as a deadbeat. my parents were swingers. Hey man, so be it, man. More again, we live in a free society and I'm not judging anybody on that. So
Darren and Charlotte were unable to agree on just about anything. And
let's just say they are divorced now. You know what? Here's the thing, Panda. Maybe that's what led to their divorce, but at the same time, it's like there's so many people who aren't swingers that are also divorced. So it's like, I don't even know what to say. It's like, there was a part of me where it's like, I can't remember who it was. Yeah, there was like Destiny, and then he had his wife, and they were in an open marriage. And then there's like Steven Crowder and his wife, and they're like the TradCon marriage, completely closed. And then there's other people, and it's like the folks on the TradCon side can't get it right. It ends up in divorce. The Destiny progressive liberal side with the open marriage, they couldn't get it right. It ends up in divorce. There's that think before you sleep guy. And he was going out with Brittany Venti, and they make videos about how the right way of doing things and common sense and this kind of stuff and call things out, but their relationship couldn't work. Like the whole damn thing across the gamut. So at this point, I mean, if you're going to be a swinger or living apart together or whatever the heck you're doing, I feel like it all has the same likelihood to either succeed or fail at this point. So, I'm not going to sit here and be like, it should be like this or it should be like that. We are living in a new world at this point. And, who am I? Who am I? I'm poly, but I won't do swinging. That's interesting. I've been reading a little bit about that stuff because I've been thinking about making videos about it. So I what the hell? I follow the polyamory subreddit. Sometimes there's interesting stuff on there, not all the time. But yeah, I know there are like different forms of it. So some people do stuff together, some people don't do stuff together. It's all in the negotiation and the deal, I guess. Anyways, man, this is the guy you do not want as your family law judge.
Meetings were contentious,
especially if you're making the money.
The case was assigned to a family court judge named Chuck Weller. Darren and Charlotte were unable to agree on just about anything, and the proceedings were contentious. As they continued to argue, Darren was still earning a phenomenal amount of money, about $528,000 a year. His net worth was almost $10 million.
Wow, he was making $528,000 a year. That's honestly, and he had like $10 million saved up, and this guy ends up throwing it all away in a fit of rage because of he's pissed at the judge, he's pissed at his ex-wife, and he probably, honestly, if you're this far down, it's like you can't outbeat the system. He tried to out-alpha the system, and he got some licks in, but it just ain't worth it. And for as much money as this guy was paying, listen, after taxes, that $548,000 probably got down to like two something. I don't even know, but it depends. Let's say 300,000, and then he was paying like over 10 grand a month. That's another 120,000. That was just for the alimony. I don't even think that was child support, just right off rip. So this guy was pissed. It's a huge change in lifestyle for him.
Charlotte, on the other hand, had no income at all. The judge,
see that this is the ultimate, but again, this was the 90s. It was a different time. He was making the money. The system really just changed. No fault divorce came a little bit before, but child support reform came in the mid 90s, right? So this guy's one of the first generation of guys to get kind of ripped by the machine, like in the worst way possible. And at least, the American one. She's a stay-at-home mom. She decides to walk away, pulls the golden parachute, and then when he finally goes to court and he finds out what's waiting for him, he's like, what in the hell? And he just loses it.
Ordered Darren to pay Charlotte $10,000 a month in spousal support, $850 a month in child support.
Okay, so $10,000, isn't that crazy? It's $850 for the child support, which is interesting because that seems pretty low. And then, but it's $10,000 for the spousal support. So, he's paying close to $11 a month.
House expenses and
and pay the house expenses.
All. The judge ordered Darren to pay Charlotte $10,000 a month in spousal support, $850 a month in child support, house expenses, and a $480,000 lump sum payment.
Okay, yeah, so he had to pay all the bills also. So maybe that's why the child support, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like the judge might have deviated a little, but probably because he was paying all the house payments and they probably agreed to 850 since she was getting all that other money. They're probably like, "All right, we'll throw you a bone here." Damn, so I don't know what the house expenses were back then, but that's everything. So he was paying a buttload plus like another 480,000, I think they said, just right off rip as a lump sum. Which, listen, if he had 10 million sitting, then, you know, I don't, all I'm saying is he was probably pissed, but he didn't need to take it to this length.
In order to avoid paying, Darren filed for bankruptcy. As he
Yeah, that's not going to work.
He stalled, Charlotte was having serious financial problems.
Dan, hey, shout out to you, Dan. That's a great point. Yeah, 10K was a lot of money back then. That is very, very true. 10K in the 90s versus 10K now. Man, they cooked him. Oh, yeah, they cooked him. And, you know, this is, you know, marrying a woman who doesn't know how to work, stay-at-home mom. She don't got no kind of money. She comes from a broke family. She's not bringing no kind of dowry, no kind of wealth with her. This is what you can expect right here.
Problems. The electricity in her house was shut off.
Electricity shut off because he filed bankruptcy to try to not pay it.
Darren filed for bankruptcy. As he stalled.
Let me tell you, what this makes me think, and I think what this guy is missing in the video is he's saying his income is 500 and something thousand a year. I don't think that's true. I think they looked at his past income and saw like, okay, we think you can make around this much, or you have made this much before. Your income that we're going to use is 540,000, but he was not actually making that much money. So this was probably just a bad news for him. And he probably just saw like, it's over for me. You know what I mean? I don't know how I'm going to keep my business solvent. God knows what the attorney's fees were. He did say it was a contentious divorce. I mean, all I'm saying is there's no guarantee he was making the money that he thinks he's making just because he saw that in the court paperwork. It probably changed.
Charlotte was having serious financial problems. The electricity in her house was shut off. Judge Chuck Weller was not amused by Darren's...
Man, this guy right here, this man.
...stall tactics.
He was pissed.
Judge Chuck Weller was not amused by Darren's stall tactics. Eventually, he threatened to put Darren in jail if he did not pay the money.
Okay, now, if you guys remember Ben Hart was that one guy. I think he was on Pearl's show also, but he was that one guy, and I think Matt Walsh even picked up the case where the daughter or something like that said, you know, all about her traumatic childhood, and then he came out and set the record straight. That he actually ended up in jail, and he had such a high child support order. It was something crazy. He just did not have like the 10 grand he needed at the time because he was waiting for something with clients, and the judge put him in jail. And so I think it's a very similar case here. I think this guy just may not have picked up on that, which is okay. You know what I mean? That's not, if you look at the court paperwork and you're like, oh, this is what the income says. Then, you know, it wouldn't mean he has all that money and was making all that money. So I think something probably, he wasn't making as much anymore. The business wasn't doing as well. Who knows? Especially when they're a business owner. It's not guaranteed income. Panda Bea says, hey, Shah, in your opinion, what is a real man? That's a good question. And when I think about that, I think about, okay, like what is masculinity and femininity? Because somebody asked me, like, what is masculinity to you, Shah? Probably like a few months back. And I don't really have a good answer. And lately, the way I've been thinking about it is what makes a person masculine is directness, and feminine is indirectness. And I feel like a lot of masculinity just evolves out of that. If I was going to reduce it down to one word, it's directness for masculinity. And it's like confrontation, enforcing the boundary, having to, get drafted and go to war or standing up to the bully. All that stuff requires a direct confrontation. There's no trying to avoid it and move around it and do things. And even in dating, if you're going to pursue and the men are expected to approach, there's a sort of directness about that, where the women are indirect about how they might show that they're interested in somebody. You know, the proverbial dropping their napkin or tissue or whatever, whatever the heck that trope is, indirectly. So there's a directness there. And I would say a real man is a man that I guess embodies that directness and that capability to be direct, especially when it comes to when they need to, or when it comes to preserving who they are. You know what I mean? So if you say real man in the sense of what is a masculine man or what is a masculine person, I think directness is what it's about. You know what I mean? So that's what it reduces down to for me. Then there's the topic of duty, which is separate from the topic of masculinity. And duties are probably defined more so by the culture and based off needs and things like that. And, you know, does whether or not you're willing to do a duty, does that mean you're masculine or not masculine? I think those are two separated things. So I really reduce it down to directness, and the rest of it sort of emulates from that. You know, like if we look back at history or smaller tribes and being initiated into a warrior for the tribe, you know what I mean? And that's like my simplistic way of putting it. Directness, indirectness for femininity. Directness, indirect.
To Charla. Just 3 days after a particularly contentious court hearing, Darren appeared on a web-based TV show and complained about how the judge was tyrannical and terribly unfair to him.
Man, a web-based TV show, he doesn't say what the show is, but, you know.
Hearing, Darren appeared on a web-based TV show and complained about how the judge was tyrannical and terribly unfair to him. Appearing to sympathize with Darren's complaints, the interviewer made a strange and disturbing comment to him. He said, quote, "You're actually better off to murder your spouse, plead insanity, and be out in 7 years."
Wow, that's just so bad.
Quote. Darren was pretty talkative during this interview, but he had no response to this. It looked like the wheels in his head were turning. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On June 12, 2006, at 11:05 a.m., family court judge Chuck Weller was shot in the chest as he stood in his courthouse office in Reno, Nevada. The police put the area into lockdown and vigorously searched for the shooter. The perpetrator did not fire at close range.
Fair. I gotta go to bed. Good night, buddy. Hey, no worries. Thanks for being in here. Appreciate you coming in and saying hi. You have a fantastic night, and hopefully you got a day off tomorrow so you could sleep in a little bit.
And was not in the courthouse with the judge. Rather, the bullet was fired from quite some distance. It smashed through the glass of the office before striking the judge. The police figured out that the shooter had fired from the 5th story of a parking garage across the river from the courthouse.
That is just so crazy. I mean, it's crazy, but damn, what a shot, huh? Like 500 feet away, and it actually hit the guy. That is just insane. I mean, gosh. Caesar says he was on that 90s show, Fact or Fiction. Just kidding. Man, I used to love that show. You know what I love most about that show? Is they would have like some sort of, you know, wild paranormal thing that happens, and then at the end of it, they would say whether or not it was fact or fiction. And sometimes it was so funny because you'd have like this story, and they'd be like, this story is actually based on fact. There was a newspaper article out of this really small town in 1970 that said that this happened. I just always think that's funny. It's like, oh, so it happened because like there was some random report about it out of like some random town with like a population of 200 or something. Beyond belief, fact or fiction. Man, I used to love that show. Good show, man. You know, they got them on YouTube, I think. I might watch that after the stream and before I fall asleep. The host of that show was pretty cool. The host of that show kind of reminded me of Russell Crowe. Like the little kid version of myself was like, is that the same guy? I can't tell, you know. That show scared the crap out of me. That was a good show, man. We had some good shows in the 90s.
This was a distance of 510 feet. When they looked at the video surveillance from the parking garage, they noticed a silver Ford Explorer arrived a few minutes before the shooting and left right after the shooting. They assumed the sniper used this vehicle. 2 hours after the shooting, the police received a report from a friend of Darren's who lived in Darren's townhouse. The friend reported an other he had that morning. He said that Darren's wife, Charla, dropped off Erica. After that,
That's their
the
daughter.
friend heard the dog barking. When he investigated, he found the dog covered in blood. After this, he noticed Darren was acting strangely,
wow.
and Darren's hand appeared to be injured. The police responded to Darren's townhouse and found 39-year-old Charla Mack dead in the garage. She had been stabbed in the neck. Darren Mack was the obvious suspect. The police searched his townhouse and found proof that he rented a silver Ford Explorer, bomb-making materials,
wow,
ammunition, and a to-do list, among other.
It's always the to-do list that gets people. That show scared the Jonathan Frakes was so 90s. Is that what the host name was? Jonathan Frakes? Oh, now I know.
Entries on this list, there were various firearms and the words "end problem."
Wow.
Darren fled to Mexico. He hired attorneys and negotiated his surrender, which occurred on June 22, 2006. His trial started on October.
I just don't believe that this guy would be making 500, over $500,000 a year consistently, and then take this route. Like, I think he would still be pissed about what happened and about the money and all this stuff. But if he was actually making it, he'd probably just have to just pay it and suck it up. You know what I mean? Like, this is just too much. Just pay it and just, I guess, deal with it. That's what happens. And I think the thing that's crazy about this too is, like, I guess anybody that's been, like, I don't know, like, if you're married and you got kids and then something like this happens, and there might be more to this story. Nothing justifies what he did, but something obviously made him so mad that he just could not stop himself from doing something like this. And it sounds like I'm taking away accountability, but I get how somebody can be so mad, but I think this is like what blue pill rage is. Not ever imagining something like this can happen, or having your expectations shattered all at once, realizing how badly you lost the game, and then just, like, not even, like, completely disassociating with yourself. You feel like you're probably not even standing in your own body, and you just can't get over it, and you're just stuck here, and, like, this is what the red pill is trying to help guys avoid, being in this position where something like that happens. Yeah, Commander Riker. Oh, that's interesting. Sounds like he was a military guy before. This guy was all, like, overruled after he shot the judge. Exactly. He was just like, oh God, what did he be like? Overruled. I'm trying to think of something else funny that he would have said in that regard. File this judgment. Oh God, I'll think of something else. I'm gonna be thinking overruled. Objection.
2006, Darren's attorneys mounted an insanity defense.
Motion to modify.
Here,
default this judgment. Sorry, I'll stop.
June 22, 2006. His trial started on October 1, 2006. Darren's attorneys mounted an insanity defense. Here is the story of the incident they introduced at trial. On the day of the incident, Charlotte arrived at Darren's townhouse at 9:15 a.m. to drop off Erica.
This is the lie.
During the exchange, Charlotte threatened Darren.
Sure.
At one point, when he turned his back on her, she knocked him to the floor. A pistol that he was carrying to protect himself from Charlotte fell out of his pocket. Charlotte retrieved the weapon, pointed it at Darren, and pulled the trigger.
Wow.
Amazingly, the weapon failed to discharge. Darren was able to produce a knife, which he used to stab Charlotte to death in self-defense. This difficult-to-believe story explains why Darren killed Charlotte.
Yeah, that's what they came up with. Another thing is, like, they say, like, crimes like this of passion, like, especially, like, if someone is choked or strangled or, stabbed like that, it's usually like a lover or somebody that they know, because it's like a crime of passion, especially when it's close up and I guess you could say intimate like that. Except the sniper, that was 510 feet away.
Well, what about the attempted murder of the judge? Well, the defense had an explanation for that as well. They argued that the judge's unfair treatment of Darren made him delusional. Furthermore, when he shot the judge, he did not intend to kill him. There was no attempted murder. It seemed pretty clear that this defense strategy was not going to be successful, as it was patently ridiculous. So Darren went in a different and surprising direction. He decided to change his plea. On November 5, 2007, Darren pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and entered an Alford plea on the charge of attempted murder. So as far as the attempted murder on the judge, Darren was saying the state had enough evidence to convict him, but he maintained his innocence. The idea behind this strategy was to give Darren a chance of being released from prison someday. He was hoping to receive a lesser sentence because he pleaded guilty. 3 weeks after pleading guilty, Darren expressed some buyer's remorse. He fired his attorneys and tried to withdraw his pleas. He claimed he was pressured and manipulated into taking the deal. Darren was in a confused state because in jail he was tired, hot, and dehydrated. The motion to withdraw the pleas was rejected by the judge. Darren faced sentencing in February 2008. For the murder, he received a sentence of life in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. For the attempted murder, the sentence was 40 years, eligible for parole in 16 years. The sentences were consecutive, so Darren will be eligible for parole after 36 years when he is 83 years old.
So crazy. You think about the kids, you know, and it's like they lost their mom, and then he's going to jail, and the kids are just like, don't know what the hell's going on. All the money's gone, family business is gone, or whatever the heck was left of it. It's just bad news.
Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Darren's first defense strategy involved the idea that he was chronically delusional. He used drugs and thought he was Benjamin Franklin. Maybe Darren thought that he could sign his own Declaration of Independence, one that made him independent from prison. Item number 2. Darren maintains his innocence in the sense that he only pleaded guilty to have a chance of getting out of prison someday, and he tried to withdraw his pleas. His story is that the killing of his wife was self-defense, and there was no intent to kill the judge. An unusual event occurred in Darren's case because of his motion to withdraw the guilty plea and the Alford plea. His original attorneys were compelled to testify about what Darren told them. Typically, of course, communication between an attorney and a client is confidential. The details about how Darren killed Charla left no doubt that self-defense was not part of the equation. For example, Darren did not initially tell his attorneys about a gun falling out of his pocket when Charla allegedly pushed him to the floor.
You know, man, I feel like this guy just like, who knows? I mean, maybe he just lost his damn mind after he got railed so hard in the family court. And, you know, a lot of people are just over leveraged like this. I think guys are like me, you know what I mean? Obviously, I've not been married, I don't have kids, so I can't say I understand exactly. I think the closest thing I can relate that to is like, you know, when you're with somebody and you really like them and you just, then suddenly it's like a light switch changes and you're just like, damn, I didn't know, I don't understand. It's like something like you're almost in a nightmare, or, you know, you wake up from the dream basically. And it's like, it's so crazy how fast they turned on you or just like, you know, you feel like blindsided or whatever the hell you want to say. And then you just like, I can't believe that that's real or that that's the case. And then you feel rage, like your love turns to rage. You know what I mean? Because you got to get over this somehow or whatever. And that guy was so deep in it with kids. And then, you know, all the money's gone. He just got screwed over really badly. And then he just got pissed and he just couldn't get past it somehow. And he screwed himself over even more. And guys just need to understand what the hell they're signing themselves up for. So at least you know what the risk is. And if something like this happens to you, then, you know, you just like, well, shit, yeah, it happened to me. But doing something like this is just very, very sad. You know what I mean? And not going to help anything. So he screwed himself over. Yo, Arthur. Hey, welcome in, bro. Shout out to you, man.
As far as Darren's claim that he shot the judge but did not intend to kill him, that story is impossible to believe. Darren was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's crazy that
I don't
that
know-
guy survived. I think he was shot in like the torso or the chest too. That's one lucky judge.
Number 3, Charla Mack was respected by some people and despised by others. She was a polarizing figure. One recurring theme is how she had an extremely intense sex drive, at least during the first few years of her marriage to Darren. One relative said that Charla had an extraordinary ability to love people. Other people were not quite as generous with their descriptions, referring to Charla as vicious, aggressive, and not a good person. They believed Darren when he said that Charla threatened him and physically mistreated him.
Oh, that's interesting from like some witnesses' perspectives or whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you can be in love with somebody and then all of a sudden they're saying like the craziest shit to you because they want to hurt you. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden they're just like, man, I mean, women could say some of the most terrible things to you that you'd never imagine, the most messed up shit. And they'll go right after your sense of self and they'll destroy you as much as they can. And when you realize how much like how much that person wants to destroy you or what kind of evil is in them or how much hate they have for you, that's when the sort of blue pill thing breaks and then you just are overcome with anger, which is probably what happened to this guy.
Some people even believe Darren acted in self-defense when he killed Charla. They maintain this belief even after Darren's guilty plea.
I'm sure there was some nasty, nasty stuff here between them that made the enmity so bad.
4, Darren's complaints about the judge that he attempted to kill resonated with a lot of people. Many people condemned the shooting, but said they completely understood how Darren was driven to do it.
That's so crazy. It's so crazy that a lot of people around the time of when this happened are like, yeah, we know that judge and he's a complete asshole. And we completely understand why he was this mad and what motivated him to do this.
Chuck Weller.
That's so bad. Like, that's so bad that this guy has that reputation.
But said they completely understood how Darren was driven to do it. Chuck Weller was an unpopular judge who was hated by many people who appeared before him. He consistently received low ratings, and attorneys wanted to avoid appearing in his courtroom. Many men complained about how Chuck appeared to be biased against males, but he drew complaints from women as well. In 2018, 12 years after the shooting, Chuck Weller was fined by the Nevada Commission on Judicial Discipline for making disturbing and offensive comments about women. At a domestic violence task force meeting in 2017, he said that women should be worried about proposed cuts to the Violence Against Women Act because the cuts, quote, will put women back in their place, unquote. When a female employee asked him, are you saying that we need to be put in a place?
That's so funny.
Chuck responded, yes, the kitchen and the bedroom.
See, it's weird because it's like this judge is like a tradcon guy, you know what I mean? And he's going to be like, yeah, women should do this. But then at the same time, like, anytime there's a divorce, he's going to be an asshole to men and just be like all the men are deadbeats and screw the guys as hard as possible over, you know what I mean? So it's just funny. I mean, he just seems to be like this old school tradcon guy. The tough part that I'm not sure about is, obviously if it was done by guideline or calculation, then the judge probably did what the calculator told them. But judges can deviate from a calculation if they find good reason or they give a justification for it. So, there's an element of this guy just probably making his life as hard as possible. Dan the Man says, that's like the CEO killer. That kind of reminds me of that. When I saw this, I actually, the first time I did think about that, I was like, that's kind of, there's a parallel there with that,
Later, he tried to back away from these comments, claiming that he wasn't referring to his own opinion, but rather the opinion of people in Washington, D.C. One could argue that the only joy Chuck brought through his time as a judge was when he retired, not long after being fined.
That's just crazy that this judge has like a reputation for being, I don't know, biased against men. It's just so funny. It's so funny. You know what's so funny is that he had a whole career of being biased against men, and everybody knew that. And then the one time he said an offhand remark about women being put in their place, this guy ended up getting a reprimand and ended up retiring soon after. So he had a career full of just screwing over guys and pissing off guys, and all the guys knew it. Everybody knew it. Nobody gave a damn. And the one time he said like an offhand remark in front of a female employee, this guy ended up being forced into early retirement. That's beautiful. AMOG type judge. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Caesar Quintana, thank you again. Very generous. I appreciate that support a lot. $20 donation. Caesar says, women always hit below the belt when they want to break you. That's exactly what they do. Because women don't have that concept of honor. They don't have that understanding that a hit below a belt is out of bounds. That's a violation. That's BS. That they will go and attack you straight there. And I think anybody who's been in, a few relationships or gone through a breakup knows this and knows this very well. And honestly, if something like this happens to you early, I think you should just consider yourself lucky, especially if you didn't have kids with her and you didn't have a house together and you're not married to her and she's not a stay-at-home mom. But your stay-at-home wife is capable of doing this hitting below the belt shit. And, obviously it's all like, oh, it's an insecure male, but men have breaking points, right? Because men aren't allowed to express emotions. So when a woman really does some crazy shit like that or says some crazy shit like that to you, you know what I mean? Or, whatever. And all of that stuff breaks at one time. And that's how you get blue pill rage. And this guy who's literally his consciousness, the rage is so blinding. The guy is standing outside of his body. His entire consciousness is just outside of his body because his body's taken over with rage. And it's just like he's waking up every morning and he's just like, I can't believe this is my reality. How the hell did this happen? How did I get into this position? How did I lose the game so hard? So that's where, you might get guys, if they get cheated on, find out their kid's not theirs, or, whatever evil stuff, that stuff might happen. And she might come out and say some evil stuff to him, and that he might lose his mind. And then you end up in this position right here. So it really is important not to leverage yourself too much into something that you can't handle if you end up losing. But yeah, they definitely will do that, which is why this whole being emotional stuff and telling all your little deepest, darkest secrets and your emotional stuff in front of women is just a bad idea, because they will use that later to hurt you. You know what I mean? And that, oh, well, that's too bad. You just haven't found the right woman. You just have to find someone you could trust. Like, nah, there's just certain things that someone who's your lover, who's your, a romantic partner, or that you have that kind of thing with, there's just certain things that they don't need to know, or they're just not able to handle. And, you can let that out with other people. Go fishing with the guys, do some archery shooting with the guys, play some video games with the guys, just go chilling. You talk about some stuff. That's different because they're going to understand, but that's just part of the game. Cedar says, did you ever cover the Pedro Argot story, Shah? It was similar to this one, but Pedro did take out the judge. I didn't. I actually haven't heard of that. Let me pull that up. Maybe we could do that next week if there's a decent video. But I just want to write the name down so I don't forget. Sounds like a pretty interesting story, though. Like, this stuff is bound to happen, unfortunately, with the system is so broken. Pedro Manuel Argot. I don't know if I'm spelling it. Wow. Okay. October 2023. This is recent. Ooh, man. Let me just look at an article here just to get the folks in on it. Suspect in suspect in killing a judge. Sorry, guys. Who presided over divorce case found dead in rural Maryland. Dang. A man suspected of killing a Maryland judge who ruled against him in a divorce case last week was found dead Thursday in a heavily wooded area not far from where the shooting unfolded, ending a week-long search that rocked the largely rural community. Authorities believe Pedro Argot, 49, was angry about losing custody of his children when he shot and killed the judge. Well, yeah, there you go. The October 19th attack unfolded outside the home of Washington County Circuit Court Judge Andrew Wilkinson, who was shot in his driveway. Hours earlier, Wilkinson had presided over a hearing in which Argot's wife and daughter delivered emotional testimony about the abuse he inflicted upon them for years. Our goat was not present at the hearing, which concluded with Wilkinson ruling against him and awarding his wife sole custody of their 4 children. Yeah, probably should show up at the hearing. I will say that. Law enforcement launched a search for Argot almost immediately. I mean, he probably knew he was going to lose, but I get it, Law enforcement searched for Argot almost immediately after the shooting. On Saturday, discovered his SUV in a wooded area. This sounds actually familiar. I think I do remember hearing about this. Coach probably went over this. About 8 miles southwest of Hagerstown, where the judge was shot. Yep. Hey, it's a relief, but it's still a tragedy that we're dealing with. Kind of a somber moment for us, Albert said in response to a question about the Wilkinson's family's reaction. Yeah, man, I would like to watch a documentary on that. I bet I could find one on YouTube. That's, again, that's just unfortunately what it is, but I'm gonna just finish this one up, and then if y'all feel like it, we can hit up this one that Klaus sent us.
Item number 5. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. This case had 3 primary players: Darren, Charla, and Judge Chuck Weller. All 3 had a tendency to aggravate people, but Darren was by far the worst. He was self-centered, arrogant, vulnerable, petty, insecure, cold, callous, vindictive, resentful, manipulative, deceptive, impulsive, irresponsible, sensation-seeking, pessimistic, distrusting. He craved admiration, and he had a sense of entitlement. Many of his characteristics were consistent with being a victim narcissist. This is a particular expression of narcissism characterized by a strong desire for attention as a victim. Darren engaged in a pattern where he would antagonize people, like Charla and Chuck, then complain when he perceived some...
That's a good one, Caesar. He had an ex parte meeting with the judge and filed a new motion.
type of retaliation. There was a lack of insight here. Darren did not understand the effect of his...
Oh my God. I know exactly what he would say. He'd be like, case dismissed.
aggressive and arrogant behavior. He believed his own feelings were the only ones which were valid. He appeared to have empathy for people who shared his beliefs, like those who wanted to reform the family court system. But that empathy was not real. If a person can only empathize with...
That's interesting. So this guy was pissed, and he would only have empathy with people who wanted to reform the family court system. See, this goes into my theory about him like being driven, being filled with so much blind rage. He was so pissed off about this. Like he just... I almost can understand why he had the plea of insanity, because he did not feel like himself anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... You're living in another world at this place. And then the only people that kind of understand what the hell you're talking about are men's rights activists and guys that are like, you know, we need to reform family law. And see, this guy had no idea about family law until any of this happened. Once the divorce happened and he realized what family law was, he just was like, what the... It's like Steven Crowder dang near. You know what I mean? So the only people he can possibly even empathize with are people talking about family law reform, because that whole problem has taken over his consciousness. Nothing else matters. Nothing else even registers. He's saying he only empathizes with people who care about his problems, but it's like he can literally think about nothing else because he's so pissed.
He believed his own feelings were the only ones which were valid. He appeared to have empathy for people who shared his beliefs, like those who wanted to reform the family court system. But that empathy was not real. If a person can only empathize with people who have the exact same feelings they have, that is not empathy. Rather, it is the person simply recognizing their own feelings. As Darren kept losing in court, he eventually embraced the idea of committing murder because he wanted revenge. The idea to kill could have come from the man who interviewed him for the web TV show, or it could have come from somewhere else. I do find it interesting that Darren initially pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, which is a defense the interviewer had mentioned. Maybe Darren really did believe he could serve just a little bit of time in prison after his crime. He thought everyone would look at all the injustices he endured and believe it would lead to insanity. Darren was shocked when he was sentenced to life in prison. In his mind, it was yet one more unfair ruling against him.
Man, what a scary freaking result. That's a good one. Thank you. Case dismissed. Sheer focus. Yeah, man, people are just like, like the Michael Knowles types, and everybody will probably say it's like fear mongering, and like the red pill people are just like bitter or whatever. But there is a lot of people out here that are trying to help prevent a situation like this, or help you just understand what kind of disappointment you can be met with. You know what I'm saying? Like it could just get that bad. It's just better to understand how bad a situation could be going in. You know what I mean? And like the sort of Michael Knowles types and these other types, I just want to be like, you need to have some procreation and for the sake of everybody, and it's your duty, and you're not being a man. Like they just don't understand, or they don't care to understand what can be on the other side of this. All like, legacy and all that, and then all this, and like things can go real sideways and get really bad, and then everybody's just giving you a bunch of BS, you know what I'm saying, until you lose your damn mind. I mean, rationally, you should not, of course this is terrible, but it's just like if someone loses their damn mind, they don't know what the hell's going on, and just your family, like think about the things you probably care about most, your kids, and then your money, and it's just like, that's one thing they used to tell us at child support. You know what I mean? It's like you're dealing with something that two things people care about the most: their children and their money. You know what I mean? So, Happy Batch says, I don't know about you guys, but I get really effing tired of psychiatric language. They always word vomit you to death, and half the crap they say is literally made up by other psychiatrists. Yeah, I just think maybe the way he's describing it lacks a bit of a holistic understanding. Like, oh, he was just such a narcissist and he had a victim complex. It's like, no, the guy was consumed with blind rage because of like all this family court nonsense. And of course he only empathized with guys talking about family law reform because this problem had taken over his whole life, and it's all he gave a damn about at this point. Like, can't sit there and be like, oh, he just I mean, you might as well say he did go insane. He just lost his damn mind. And then, it was a real blue pill break type thing. Now I can't say, he, to take away accountability. I mean, what he did was wrong. Unfortunately though, it's like a guy gets pushed to that point, and it's like, what move do you make to try to win the game again? You lost so hard. And like losing really hard is finding out, God forbid, like your child isn't yours, and then still having to pay child support for another 16 years on a kid that isn't yours, that, you can barely get custody to see. And it's just like, that kind of stuff can lead to some serious psychotic breaks. And I mean, really, like, it's just, I don't know. This is the type of stuff that this whole space exists to try to make people aware of in order to ideally prevent stuff like this, What a gas that psychiatry considers itself a science. Most of it is modern witchcraft. Well, yeah, oh God. I mean, when I think of things like, I don't know, like a lot of like therapy language stuff sounds like it could just be, super annoying. Like I like early Jungian psychoanalysis and things like that. And neuroscience is interesting and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to people telling you like how to feel about your feelings and this and that, just like, I feel like there's a way of like accepting things and try to unravel things and assign meaning to things and understand that. But when people are just like, oh, and every time that happens, and then we just want to think about this and, instead like that, I don't know about that, Now, I'm not, if you need that, then you need it, I guess. Maybe it's worth a try, but there are probably a lot of bad therapists, and maybe there are some good ones, the red pill definitely helps men that decide to get married anyway brace for the punch from the family court system. Yeah, and I think that's important, because then if something like this happens, at least it's not like a surprise. I think when it's just a big surprise to a guy, then he just couldn't. It got the best of him. It got the best of him. There's like, you know what I mean? There's this, and then there's a guy taking their own life, right? Like there's a guy self-deleting, which is kind of like the same thing. It's just that all that rage is directed inward instead of outward. So a guy has all this rage and he's trying to figure out, how the hell do I deal with this? And it either gets directed inward or it gets directed outward. And you know, I'd like to think there's a way to process the feelings in a better way. But it takes a complete destruction of yourself and then a recreation of a new person. And it's very hard to do that when you got years and years and reminders of every year of having to pay all this damn money. And then this judge is talking crap to you and telling you like, oh, you're a deadbeat. You should be work. I'm going to send you to jail if you don't make this $13,000. If you don't make this $10,000 payment in 1990, in the 90s, plus pay all the house bills and then the $850 for that. And then all her bullshit. And then she's moving on with somebody else. And then, oh, he's a real man. Then blah, blah, blah. And while you're still paying all this money. And, there's 1,000 ways to look at it. Some healthier and unhealthier. But, yeah, I mean, preventative medicine in this is probably going to be best here. So, when the Michael Knowles types are sitting here lecturing you and calling you selfish and just saying that, you're a terrible person and, you're not a real man, you don't want to do your duty, just think about this and, think about what you're avoiding. And that's why when it comes to marriage and understanding that's where I feel like the negotiation really makes sense. And I don't care. Like the whole stay-at-home mom thing, that should not come for free. She needs to pay for that with either some kind of dowry or bringing some kind of wealth into the marriage, as was traditional, or this person needs to have some sort of good career or some kind of money or something. If they're coming to you as a beggar and you're sitting here saving them with all this money you're making, you're asking for trouble, unfortunately. I would never do anything like this, but I understand these dudes. Man, honestly, Caesar, I completely get it. And it's like, it feels bad to say that. You don't want to say that because you're not encouraging something like that. I'm not encouraging something like that. Let me just tell you, I know I told you guys the story probably once before, but towards like I remember, because there are always kind of nightmare stuff that happened. Like there were a few nightmarish cases that happened even at the child support agency where I worked at, where bad things happen to people, and I remember one of my coworkers, like nothing bad happened, but I just remember something my coworker said, and we sat on like opposite sides of the cubicle. So like I sat here and then on the other side of the wall was this guy. We were on different teams, but he was doing a call with somebody and I was kind of listening and on the call, but I was kind of doing whatever I'm supposed to be doing. And then after the call, like he just had to get up. And somehow he like walked around the thing and found his way over to me. And then he told me what happened. Somehow he just told me what the case was. And he was just like, basically there was a guy who was married and he had like 2 kids or something. And then they got divorced. And the mom went to go live with some other guy with the kids. So she got custody and lived with this other guy. The new guy she was living with was actually an old boyfriend she had before the guy that she was married to. And the old boyfriend was actually the biological father of the 2 kids that we were asking this guy, the divorce guy, to pay child support for. So he owed all this money and he refused to pay. And we're trying to collect the money. And this guy's like, I don't want to pay because they're not my kids. And she's living in the house with with her ex-boyfriend who is actually the father of the kids. So they're living as a happy family. And this guy is paying money into their house every month. I mean, we're asking him to do that. Interest is building on the case. I just remember my coworker coming up to me and he looked at me and he was just like, he didn't want to say the words. And he was like, I just don't, he was like, he's like, I don't understand how this guy just hasn't, you know what I mean? Like I know what he was insinuating. Like, I don't understand. Like, if I was that guy, like, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Like it's the kind of thing you see on the news. And then when you're a kid, you're like, Mom, why did the crazy man do that? And then the mom's like, well, it's because he's crazy, son, and he's crazy. And then you get older and you see something like that and you're just like, oh, that's what happened. You know what I mean? But yeah, of course, like never worth it, and that's why I don't believe that the guy was making $580,000 a year anymore. I believe that they used that income to screw him over. and that he had made that kind of money before, but I believe he kind of took this route probably because he wasn't making that money anymore and he actually could not afford it. The same thing happened to Ben Hart. You know, he had like that advertising company, and then his wife started, the wife's lawyer started going after all his clients to like get them to like do depositions or whatever. So all of them just stopped doing business with him. So he didn't have the money to pay the family law ordered amount anymore. And that's what put him in jail because like they were actively ruining his business, and he's a self-employed guy. This guy's running a pawn shop in this thing. So it's just like, then they're like, what the hell do I do? I'm about to go homeless or something.
Now moving to my final thoughts. Why did so many people resonate with Darren's desire to kill? Again, people did not endorse what he did, but they really connected with his motive.
See, that's a great way of saying it. So many people resonated with it. They don't endorse it, but they connected with his motive.
I think what happened here is that Judge Chuck Weller irritated a lot of people. Being a family court judge is a difficult job. They make decisions about custody and redistributing assets, which greatly affect people's lives. Unfortunately, the biases of these judges often influence their decisions. It is difficult to be neutral when dealing with emotionally charged topics. There are a lot of strong feelings about child care and...
I mean, listen, if you're the damn judge, like your job is to be neutral. There's no leeway for you. I don't care about the subject or whatever. Your job is to not sit here and be emotional about it.
Who should have what income? The people subject to these decisions feel powerless, like no one is appreciating their point of view. They may even believe that the injustice leads to mental health difficulties. Some people offended by the judge probably looked at Darren and thought he had the courage to do something they wanted to do but would never do.
That right there sounds like the United CEO healthcare, the Luigi Mangione guy, because you know there's obviously been this huge like outpouring of support for the guy, right or wrong or whatever. But there's a lot of people who resonated with it, and there's a lot of people who would probably never do that, and we're just like, oh damn, like there was a little feeling of catharsis somewhere in there for a lot of people. It was a very cathartic release. Shout out to you, man. Thank you again. You've been very generous, man, this whole stream. It's a lot of money. I do want to recognize that. So thank you, sir. I will try to honor that with purchases that make sense. Dang, man, that's a horrible case. I'm actually surprised stuff like this doesn't happen more often. Men are known to die rather than to feel emasculated. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, your entire sense of self just gets destroyed. Like in that guy's case, you just become a slave. Like you lost the game so hard, and your labor, you literally become a slave to where your labors and the fruits of your labors are being robbed from you and giving into a family who did something evil to you. You know what I mean? Like how that's even legal and why that guy doesn't have no appeal doesn't even make sense. Just because the kids were over 2 and they were born within the marriage, and it, you know, it means that like, oh no, we're not going to take that away. And then at the same time, they're not even going to go after the guy who is the biological father. It's just like the biggest BS. It's literally making you into a slave. So it's like, how did I get myself in this position? Like it's just freaking mind numbing. You know what I mean? And I can only imagine the numbness, the mental state that a person feels. Like it's one thing to get cheated on in a relationship, like where it's like, not married, boyfriend, girlfriend, that sucks, whatever, you're in love and you know, she did you dirty or whatever. But to not be able to move on, like a luxury is never having to see this person again. Like, hey, I cut this person out of my life, never got to see him again. But to like have this like thing that happens to you every month, like child support is one thing. But then like alimony and then losing half of your retirement and half the house and all, and then getting just talked down to, and then all this crap. So you like, it's so hard to move on. It takes a lot of strength. It takes a lot of strength from the guys to be able to get past that. And then like this guy in the case, he doesn't want to pay, and we're not, you know, the money's just it's just freaking building up. Interest is building up on it. You know, his license getting taken away, his passport can't be renewed. We'll levy his bank if we can. We will tax intercepts. What if he's a general contractor? We'll go after that license. Any kind of business license, we'll go after that. So it's just like this shitty place to be. And it's just like, man. And then people are like, why aren't you procreating? If you want everything, you want to stop, you gotta start procreating. What about the birth rates? And all this kind of stuff. It's just like, come on, man. Oh, let's just finish this out.
Maybe they really did support the violence, although they did not want to admit that. It's important to remember that violence is never the answer. In family court, there will be winners and losers. Often, everyone is a loser. Nobody is happy with the rulings. Being unhappy doesn't justify murder. Through his crimes, Darren may have achieved what he perceived to be a victory, but he lost everything to get it. He gave up his freedom and his fortune to satisfy his vindictiveness. One would think that a pawnshop owner would be skilled at negotiating a good deal, but Darren failed to recognize a bad trade.
See, it's all about the deal. It's all about the trade. And I get it. It's tough out here, to even get a good deal and a good trade because it's just so freaking backwards and screwed up over here, but I really think men have to just not be afraid to say, what they want, what they think is a bad deal, no matter who says what. You know what I mean? Dang. So, man, okay, we got, let's see, we're at 3 hours. Depending on how you guys feel, I don't know if Klaus is still here. Maybe I could save it for next time if he's not, but he sent me this one. Asia's loneliest generation is going broke. I think that was Klaus. I'm going to put a poll in here to see how you guys feel. Damn, how the hell do I... do y'all want to watch Asia's loneliest generation? What, is my question mark not working anymore? Oh, there we go. Man, I gotta get a new keyboard. Not a big deal though. Hell yeah. And then while we're watching that, I'm gonna try to dig something up off of Instagram that was pretty funny. But I gotta go to my bookmarks to do that. I don't want you guys to see all the things that I bookmark, because they could be quite questionable. Let me just go to save. Okay, we got time. That's another good one. Okay, yeah. Study reveals Elon. Oh God, here it is. I hate how these damn things play just like automatically. All right, I know. I gotta get some of those sound effects. And then it's hella loud.
This video shows a newlywed couple escaping into the car while her family members chases behind because the bride's family has just asked the groom to pay an additional.
All right, here goes. Damn. This is just China right here. It's just funny. This is funny, all right? It's hella loud. I'm sorry, guys.
This video shows a newlywed couple escaping into the car while her family members chases behind because the bride's family has just asked the groom to pay an additional bride price on the spot. That's basically an additional $30,000 to $40,000 US. In this video from Southern China.
Isn't that hilarious? Like, it's just like a funny thing. It's like bride prices in China. And you remember we saw that video a while ago that was basically talking about how there was a guy at the marriage market in China, and he was basically talking about like trying to get like what he wants, and it was kind of going against the sort of bride price thing. It was just really funny.
On the wedding day, they demanded a bride price of 600,000 yuan or $84,000 US. And this is on top of what they already paid. If the bride could not afford it, then the groom has to drink the bride's foot washing water.
Oh, wow. So they surprise them, and they're just like, we actually want you to pay more of a bride price. Like the family demands it, like on the day of the wedding. Man. There's the bride.
我不拿60万，你就让我喝洗脚水。对呀，故意刁难。怎么你说为什么不值60万呢？啊？为什么你要60万，你直接跟我说就可以了。你为什么要说非让我喝这个水呢？
and it's quite common. Not everybody can afford it in China, not in this economy. And that's on top of the expenses that many of the male's families already had to pay for, like the wedding itself. So sometimes weddings are called off because of demands like this. The CCP even realized how bad this has gotten.
Look at this. 3 gold pieces, 5,000. Diamond ring, 2,900. This is for one wedding. This is the demands. Wedding photos, 2,100. Something car fee, 1,100. Probably like a limo or some out of car fee, 1,100. How transaction? Okay, yeah, the ride there and the ride away, I guess. Car financial, I don't know what the hell, 400. Name change fee, 7,000. Young brother fee, I don't know what. I guess some money has to go to the little brother, 7,000. Extra wedding gift, 500. Man, that is wild.
How transactional weddings are in China, their marriage rate.
They're tripping. China's one of those interesting places where they have gone back and forth between bride price and dowry. So, I've been, while reading about this, China's one of those interesting places where it's kind of gone back and forth. And I think what's going to end up happening there is there'll probably be a flip from bride price to some kind of dowry thing. That video that we watched a couple streams ago seemed to kind of indicate that. They also kind of had communism, and I think communism sort of screws this whole thing up because if the government provides all this stuff, then it kind of voids a need for a marriage transaction, I think, in some way. So, it's just kind of an interesting thing. And then they're coming out of it and
declining 56% over 9 years. And
look
of
at
course,
that.
there's
First marriages have declined 56% in China over the past 9 years. That is freaking huge. I wonder what it is in the US comparatively.
also birth rate issues as well. And part of that is how materialistic families have become.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's just so beautiful. Chinese marriages have become transactions. Marriages were always transactions. We only recently made them about love, quote unquote. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. How come a communist society addicted to such materialistic mindset? Well, I mean, I don't think they are so much anymore. I'm not sure. It's kind of like hybrid. This feels like one of those cheesy web series. It even has a stereotypical, so my sister isn't worth 600K. I guess it could be a skit. This guy's right. But that's a lot of people, a lot of dedication for a skit. That's what happens when a country kills off baby girls in favor of baby boys. Big problem right there. I fancied drinking bride foot washing water way before it became cool in China. I saw this firsthand once. Blew me away because I didn't know the severity of the situation. Friend was truly stressed. You know what's crazy? I went to a wedding like this, but it wasn't like serious, but it was a part of a wedding. Like it was part of a ritual. And one of my buddies was getting married. They're divorced now, if you're wondering. And this was probably, God, what year was this? Let's see, 2021. I think it was just before COVID. Probably like 2018, 2019. It was like 2019, somewhere there, 2018. And, so there is a little bit of a bride price here, but it's kind of like a double way. You know what I mean? And they're like Indian Muslims. So in Islam, it's not a formal bride price, but there is an amount of money you give to the woman. And the amount of money you're giving her is negotiated between you and, her family. And it's supposed to be in the event of if a divorce happens, then she would have that money to go away with. So it's pre-negotiated prior to the marriage. And but then in a lot of Muslim countries, there's that which the husband gives to the wife, but then her family also pays something to the man's side. So it's kind of this hybrid thing. But during the wedding, there was like this kind of ritual they did. I didn't see it at a lot of weddings. This is the only wedding I ever seen it at. But her family is kind of lined up and his family's lined up. So I was on kind of his side of the deal. And then her family is like grilling us to give more money to them basically, or to her, whatever, to them basically. It was like it's like a thing. It wasn't serious, but it became a kind of like thing, I guess, but it's not serious, but they still do it like symbolically, which was very interesting because I'd never seen it before. They're from some other part of the subcontinent. So then like her family's grilling and they're supposed to grill him and be like, no, we want more. And then, then he looks to his side of the family, and then we pull out what's in our pockets. And like, all right, man, here's 20 from Shah. I'll put that in the pile, even though I don't think you should be doing that. And it's just kind of like a symbolic thing. But it's funny because in this Chinese video, it's like, it couldn't be more serious. It looks very serious. Let's see, where am I at? I missed some of this. Imagine having to pay to marry a woman. Exactly. Yeah. China is just a weird case. They've gone back and forth in history. The one child policy probably has not helped the situation as they brought up here. So the women seem to be, able to demand. When would one have to pay bride price over dowry? Typically bride price happens in polygynous societies. So it's where typically there's not monogamy, divorce is allowed, and women work. So women work and bring income to your household. So you pay a bride price to her family, not to her, but to her family, in order to compensate them for that. Because now she's coming over, her work and her labors are going into your house. And I mean like actual income, because the way the economy worked there, she's working in agriculture and it's actually producing for you. So it's not, whatever they talk about today. That typically leads to a bride price, especially polygyny, where one man marries multiple women. And typically divorce is allowed. So, and some, I guess you can say dowry occurs where it's monogamous and the marriage is typically for life. There's very little or there's no divorce. So, a guy is basically giving up his ability, to be with multiple people. And in order to get that guy committing to one woman for the rest of his life, it typically requires a dowry system, especially in a system where women's income producing capabilities don't match that as much as men. So you saw a lot of shifts from bride price into dowry in societies that like adopted plow agriculture because it was too hard for women to work. So men did that. It led to a huge calorie surplus, which led to more specializations and led to class stratification. So that leads to dowry. So if you're looking for monogamy with no divorce and where only men inherit, because the dowry is a woman's inheritance in some ways, then that's where you get a dowry. China kind of has this hybrid system, and I see a hybrid system in a lot of places. But I think as places tended to industrialize more, become more complex, as they say, some form of dowry gets incorporated. Like even in a lot of Muslim countries where the only payment that's really formally supposed to be made is just the one the husband gives the wife in the event of divorce. And then on the back end, if she does end up divorced, a woman, Islam changed it to where women get a half share of inheritance from her parents. So if there's one son and one daughter, the son gets 2/3 and the daughter gets 1/3. So that works on the back end so that she would have this payment in her hands. And if she ends up divorced, she also gets part of the inheritance, where on the European side, there's a dowry going to a man. There is no divorce. The son inherits the land, and then she comes in with wealth at the time of her marriage. And then that's how that goes. So it's interesting looking at the differences and stuff there. I'm going to be needing to go over a lot more of this stuff, especially as my discussion with Paul Elam comes up, which is supposed to be after Trump's inauguration. That's kind of what we got planned so far. So I'll be really digging into this stuff a lot more, probably for the next few weeks or so, a month. And yeah, so all right, we got 100% here on the poll. So we'll move into Klaus's video. I don't know if Klaus is still here, but maybe he'll see it on the, later on or something. Come on, I ended the poll. Show us the damn poll. All right, the hell with the poll. All right, sorry guys. Where is this? All right, let's get to some laughing.
Morning, welcome back. Always great to see you. Funny thing is, Morning, welcome back. Always great to see you. Funny thing is, when I swiped your card, it said insufficient funds, so I'm gonna go. Okay, so paying someone for love or companionship
Oh.
isn't a new revolutionary concept. We've been doing it for generations. Back in the day, in ye old brothels, if the price is right, Drew Carey would materialize out of thin air with a wheel of potential friends you can spend.
Just real quick, just to see. Okay, there's nothing else here. I just want to read this just so we kind of get a preamble. Every year, we're getting closer and closer to getting replaced by robots and AI. At least that's the trend in East Asia, a continent with some of the loneliest people. To help with said loneliness, we're seeing a big rise in live streaming content. Okay, hey, shout out to the live streamers. Otome Games. I don't know what that is, but we're going to find out. Boyfriend, girlfriend rental services. Host clubs and companies making bank on monetizing parasocial relationships. Yeah, so that's kind of the new thing these days. The parasocial relationships. Huh. Hey, Klaus just messaged me in the Discord and he says, that's crazy. I'm shadow banned in chat of the stream. I tried different devices and different browsers. Seems like an account is not allowed to comment anymore. Yo, that's hella weird, Klaus. I don't know how to undo that here. I mean, I might have to do that through the back end. That sucks. Participants, damn. I wish I knew how to do that, but I might have to go in after the stream. Community moderation, dashboard. I don't know how to see who is hidden users. Holy shit. Let me see if you're on this list. Oh shit, it says Klaus. Yo, this is hella weird. Let me show you the back end here. I don't know how that happened, bro. Look, see that? It says Klaus GGG. So let me hit X here. Yeah. And then save. That's really weird. That it must have been like some automated thing, man. There's no way that happened like normally. Klaus, can you try commenting? Let me just text them in the Discord. Guys, if you want to join Discord, let me know. I'll put the thing in. I went in and unbanned. I have no idea how that happened. My bad, bro. There we go. Hopefully Klaus can come back in. That's weird as hell, man. All right. Let's get back into this. Sorry, guys. Klaus is a esteemed viewer of the This Is Shah channel, along with a lot of other folks in here like Mr. Pitt, Caesar Quintana, Robert Spencer. Okay, beautiful. Klaus is back in. Yeah, Klaus got a lot of clout in here. Glad to see you back. That's weird as hell. I wonder why it banned you. Like, maybe if you think about like what your last comment was, and maybe there was something in there, it would be good for me to know, because either I can change it or I can let people know not to do that, you know.
The night with. Things have definitely changed over the years. What is revolutionary is Asia coming up with new interesting ways to monetize these relationships. They saw a gap in the market of lonely singles in your area and filled it with the hottest people and non-people you'll ever see. All we need is your name, ID, and the last 4 digits of your credit card.
If you're using a forbidden word, bro, I don't even think it would let you make the chat in the first place. I thought it even stops you when you say enter, so that's hella weird. But yeah, I'm glad you're in the Discord. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known, man. So if this happens to anybody else, just please message the Discord or something. If you use Discord, hell, or you could just email me. My email is in the description of my channel. I probably wouldn't see it on stream, but I do look at the email every now and then. So if that happens, then let me know and I'll go in and undo it, you know.
Services that let you rent a boyfriend or girlfriend.
Yo, this renting a boyfriend-girlfriend thing is hella crazy right here. I mean, it sounds like sugar babying over here, but this is like different than sugar babying. This is like people that are the same age, and it's like, it's really weird. I wonder if it's like a quasi-prostitution or if it really is just like social hanging out. Because I mean, this is interesting.
To scratch that relationship itch.
It's kind of like it's funny seeing the guy side do it, like the guy selling himself as like a boyfriend for a period. And I know this is, well, Japan has those things like host clubs or whatever. So I don't know. JP saying refresh this app like 3 times. Really ain't cash money for YouTube. Damn, man, are you having trouble too? I hope things are all right on your end. Mr. Pitt says, let me know if you want me to try on banning anyone in the chat. I will, Mr. Pitt. If it comes up again or I see, maybe you could do it from your end, but, no pressure. I kind of figured out how to do it. There's a button here, so it showed me the list, and if I have to, it would just suck, because if I got to ban a lot of people eventually, and then looking through the list of who I'm trying to find, but whatever, I'm just glad we got Klaus figured out.
You've been having, where you can eat a meal and spend quality time together as couples do. After your allotted time is up, you just move on with your day as usual. No need to deal with all the drama of being in a relationship.
Man, that is so interesting. I feel like Asia is like 20 years ahead of kind of maybe where we're going to be on some of this stuff, just depending.
Want a different experience where you get to interact with many attractive hotties in one sitting? Check out these NPC theme parks.
Oh my God.
Asian guys who look like they came straight out of a video game
Oh my
are just
God.
strolling around, waiting for you to hit the A button so they can start their NPC dialogue with you. Well, now that I'm looking closer, not a whole lot of talking going on. Oh my God.
It's like the opposite. I mean, it's like guys doing it instead of ladies, and they just know how to make like the perfect boyfriend or something. Oh my God. This is interesting, dude.
Well, that's forward. Hey.
Someone else pointed to me more recently about like how guys in Asia, like it almost seems like some have makeup or they can seem like more feminine, but obviously, like, women over there like them, you know what I mean? And even sometimes women from different countries. So it also kind of goes into that question about, like, what is a real man? Because I think in the Asian culture, what's a real man or, like masculine stuff is a little different than how it is over here, like in the West. So that's kind of an interesting thing to think about too, Like, look at some of this, You know what I mean? Like right here, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just... It's interesting. It makes you kind of think about masculinity in a different way. This is an interesting video. Klaus says, the heck is going on? My comments have vanished even in the chat of the laptop I made them on. Seems like I'm a bad boy for YouTube. I can see them. I can still see them on my end. So, man, technical difficulties tonight, huh? Damn. What the heck is YouTube doing, bro? They're catching on to us or something. Like, they finally found us, bro. You ever watch Matrix 1 when they're in the Nebuchadnezzar and then like they're about to get found out and they got to do the EMT? That's what I feel like is going on over here, bro. I hope they don't. I don't want them to discover us, bro. We're having too much fun.
Well, that's full.
Anytime guys are having fun anywhere, like if it looks like guys are genuinely having fun, somebody just has to come and like ruin it.
Hey, good on these guys for being able to do this without laughing. Me as an NPC, a tired innkeeper, or an old maiden type of wizard. Did you put your name on the goblet of fire? Okay, what if you hate outside? Dealing with the hassle of commuting somewhere and interacting with gross, real people. I know, those can be annoying. Check out these AI husbandos and waifus. The perfect significant other, since they can be anything you want. Cute, funny, available to talk to at any time of the day. Plus, they don't smell or have to go number 2. Ugh, lucky.
Babe, can you teach me?
Klaus says, you can't see the ones that vanished. I'm wondering why you're ignoring them. Oh, I see. Yeah, I probably can't see them then. Man, that's weird. Hopefully that's just a weird anomaly of this stream and then goes away. I'm sorry, man. If you want, bro, if there's something you want to say and it's vanishing, just throw it in the Discord. And I will read it from the Discord. So that's the only workaround I could think of right now. Mr. Pitch just put a hilarious I gotta pull it up. He just put a funny ass picture in the tavern. This is exactly what's going on. YouTube community standards team fighting misogyny by nuking one stream at a time. You know, while I'm here, I'm going to put the Discord invite just for the hell of it. Oh, hell. Invite people. Man, I'm always like a boomer when I do this. Copy. All right, right on. Right on. Nah, it's good. Moving on. All right, hell yeah. Let's just do that. Very, very strange, though. That's never happened before, Klaus. So that's just kind of annoying. Let me put it in this chat. Paste. Oh, what the hell? Damn it. Sorry, guys. That's going to be a boomer moment for me here. Invite people. What the hell? Oh, it's an invite link. Man, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, guys. I'm sorry. 7 day. Okay, let's just, how about 1 day? Generate new link, copy. You're kidding me. All right, whatever. The hell with it, man. I'll have to figure it out later. I'm sorry, guys. That is the crazy. I got to show you guys this. Look at this. Let's say we make it last for 7 days. Generate new link. It says hidden use copy button. Okay, so if I use copy button and I say copied and I put it in here, it's literally just copying the text. That's the weirdest thing. All right, whatever, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell. Like, I think it just wants to piss me off today, man. This is ridiculous. Sorry, guys. Let's just move on.
Chinese.
Of course, little kitten.
Number 2, available to talk to at any
Oh,
time
God.
further, since they can be anything you.
You know what's also interesting? How a lot of the times when it's like AI and AI relationships in the West, it's all about guys using AI. But it's funny to see women using it here. So this is like, it's like upside down.
Want cute.
Here's
fun-
an AI boyfriend
funny,
for the ladies.
Available to talk to at any time of the day. Plus, they don't smell or have to go number.
Look at
two
this.
online
Oh,
is making
shit.
sure I get up and get outside. Dealing with the hassle of commuting somewhere.
My bad, guys.
Yen USD boost in popularity lately. Get smell or have to go.
Look at this. So here's her actually using her AI thing. That's so
number
weird.
2. Oh, lucky.
Babe, can you teach me Chinese?
Oh my
Of
God.
course, little kitten. Let's start with something simple. For example, hello in Chinese is ni hao. Say it back to me, babe.
你好.
Oh my God. That's so funny.
That sounded perfect. You're a natural, babe. Now,
is anyone blushing? Why am I blushing? Video games, where the main
It's just like some Chad AI sound.
appeal is a big roster of attractive characters, have gotten a big boost in popularity lately. Genshin Impact, the otome genre like Love and Deep Space, raking in the big bucks. In double digits. I'm talking like 30 million USD in just 1 year. These sexy clusters of pixels can already retire at 8 months old. Damn, what are these people paying for? Must be really engaging, with fun gameplay mechanics, maybe? The only thing I see is great gowns, beautiful gowns.
You shouldn't do that.
And last but not least, the most lucrative form of capitalizing on parasocial
Man, are any of you guys kind of creeped out by that? Like, is it? I don't know why. I feel like it's like a little creepy. Very weird.
relationships is the live streaming industry. We've seen it time and time again. Entertainers who lock in for 8 hours, 7 days a week, that end up cultivating a super loyal fan base to support them, which eventually leads to some fans getting overly invested in their favorite streamer. So after normalizing these parasocial relationships fueled by capitalism, chat, as a society, are we cooked? Yeah, maybe, but not all the way. Medium rare at most. People are feeling lonelier and lonelier every year. Going out, meeting people naturally, and actually becoming friends with them is a lot easier said than done. On one side, it's cool seeing people find new ways to fulfill their social needs. Sure, these types of relationships aren't the norm, but if it's between two consenting people with healthy expectations that these aren't a replacement for real-life interactions, then we good. Until it's not good. As with all human experiences, there's a science behind it. Even with gifting money during a live stream, the live aspect makes it feel like this is a normal person with.
You know, it kind of goes into optionality. You know what I mean? Like, okay, a lot of people are on social media, and so it changes their standards, and they want all these different things, especially when it comes to dating. So maybe people end up more isolated because they're trying to find like a bunch of different qualities of things that they like or seen in one person, and it's kind of like impossible to do. But when it comes to like a parasocial relationship or a streamer, I don't know. I feel like there's a customization factor to this. Like maybe people are drawn to parasocial, looking at a live streamer because they can influence that person somehow, whether it's through donations or whatever. I don't know. It's just a strange thing to think about, like as society becomes more compartmentalized and atomized, and people are missing bonds and looking for other bonds. And it's like when you look at something like this, and especially the NPC thing, I don't know, it's just doing whatever the chat's asking. It's just like a really, it's a very, very strange future we're heading into. Mr. Pitt says, can't wait to see a study demonstrating that women are less satisfied with their AI counterparts than men by a factor of at least 3. That's a good point. I would not be surprised if that actually becomes reality.
Reach compared to an A-list celebrity behind 55 bodyguards and 55 PR people. It's all in real time, so there's a higher...
That makes sense. The reach, it's live, there's feedback. It's so crazy.
Chance the streamer you're supporting will notice you. And if you consistently show up during their streams, you'll build that dopamine-inducing rapport with them. You'll give them the money and they give you a thank you.
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It also feels like you're in an exclusive little community.
Guys, I'm sorry. I feel like this needs to be a sound effect right here. I mean, it's
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god, guys.
It also feels...
I'm sorry. That might be torture for you guys, but I might go back into this video later and clip that out and add that to the soundboard. It's the Asian form of OF. So strange. Different culture, but somehow the similar outcome. Yeah, especially from like the boyfriend side of it or whatever. Well, the live stream too. I guess it's both genders. It's just really strange to see like the boyfriend ones and women actually like paying money for that. I guess they've had like male strippers over here, so it's not completely new here, I guess, but that just seems really strange. Very, very strange.
It's like you're in an exclusive little community full of people with the same interests as you. Like a sports team or a...
Yeah, see, this is the customizing part right here. Like, I'm sorry, guys, I'll stop.
It also feels like you're in an exclusive little community full of people with the same interests as you.
Yeah, like this kind of thing. Because it's like on the internet, there's more of a chance, I guess, of finding people that are into the niche interest that individuals have, especially based off the society we live in now, where it's like, it's not just nightly programming on the TV. It's like you watch YouTube, there's any little random thing you want to watch. It's just more specialized. It's more compartmentalized. The live thing, the feedback thing comes in. I definitely don't think it's going away. I think JP likes sound effect. I might have to get that for us. That clip was a violation of my 8th Amendment rights against cruel and unusual torture. Yeah, I mean, it's just coming off like super cringe and fake. Like, oh my god, guys, thank you for the sub. All right, one more time, and I swear to God, it's the last time for the evening. I promise.
Oh my god.
A thank you.
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god, guys.
It also feels like you're in an exclusive little community full of people with the same interests as you. Like a sports team or a D&D group that gets together every week. Except the activity is one person entertaining everyone. There is a slippery slope with this type of environment. It's a breeding ground for people who are chronically online, using these relationships to replace real ones, leading to situations where someone goes overboard with their affection towards a one-sided friendship. Like that man who sold his baby for $16,000 to a couple looking to adopt, and then blew all of that money on tipping live streamers.
Whoa, this guy sold his baby and then spent all the money on tipping live streamers. That's like some serious drug addiction type stuff. That's like on a whole, they can classify an entirely new form of mental illness on that.
He was arrested afterwards, since this whole thing was very illegal. He traded in his child like a rare Pokemon card, only to end up broke and in jail.
Wow. Have Badger says clip it, but use it judiciously. Yeah, if that gets that's the kind of clip that, or if it gets abused, people would leave the channel. Like nobody, it can be torture. Like, and I couldn't expect anybody to stay if like that was getting played every 5 minutes. I'm sorry that I have the temptation to play that every 5 minutes, but
because you can have a kid doesn't mean you should have one. You can't even relax, even as a baby. Gotta lock in at all times. Lonely people are an easy target for these types of business models, where you have someone keeping you company in exchange for money or your time. There is promise of a type of intimacy when you become a fan of an influencer you interact with daily. Sometimes it's scary, seeing how easy it is to escape from the sucky parts of life just by using the internet. Kongto, a 32-year-old fan, lives at home with his parents in Miaolai, Taiwan. Having never kissed a girl, Kongto feels more capable of expressing love to a live streamer on the internet.
Whoa. Yeah, man. And I hate to say it, man. Like, I feel like This is like probably like, prawn brain induced psychosis here. And it's just like, oh my God, like I'm just gonna talk to a bunch of lights on the screen, and this woman's just you're just giving your money to this woman because she looks like your ideal, whatever. It's so bad. It really is just so bad. Also, this is just like another thing. Like the simps are here, guys. I just don't know if it's really going away. You know what I mean? I'd like to think the manosphere is making some difference and it's getting rid of the simp economy in a sense, and all this kind of stuff. But when you see stuff like this, man, it is disheartening. Maybe it's just in, over there though.
To a woman in real life. He watches his favorite live streamer Yu Tong in private, fearing his parents' reaction if they learn of his habit. Becoming a fanboy or a fangirl is a lot more accessible now since we all have computers and phones. You can fall down a rabbit hole of a random you never heard of before and come out the other end as a super fan in a day. I subscribe to the mindset people can do whatever they want with their life as long as they're not hurting anyone. Don't matter to me, I got my own to worry about. There is, however, still a bit of a negative connotation when you hear someone say they're a fan of watching live streams. They sort of have a brand image to uphold. Here, check out this live.
I don't know why. I'm just imagining skits, or I'm imagining situations where like it would almost be like a good YouTube video skip, or just even a good like a movie or something funny to watch, where it's like guy comes to his parents on like Thanksgiving and they're asking him about his relationship and he's just talking about it, and then they find out he's in like an AI relationship, or he's in like a parasocial relationship with the streamer that and his parents are just like, what the hell's going on with this? This is like the weirdest thing ever.
They're a fan of watching live streams. They sort of have a brand image to uphold. Here, check out this live stream watcher starter pack. Dark, dingy basement, bed rotting, hasn't left room all day, -50 in social skills, not a single drop of water was consumed since yesterday. That me? I think what's closer to reality is people watching live streams more casually, or they'll have it on in the background where they're not interacting with it 100% of the time. Kongto is one of many bachelors who watch live streams to combat loneliness. This is especially prevalent in Asian countries, where many young men must leave their family villages for work in city factories. Without a familiar face for miles around, they turn to live streams to make their new environment less isolating.
Maybe if there wasn't social media, like that same person would meet people. They would just meet people, but since everybody's just chronically online, it's like it's so hard to do that, and I don't know, like, for me, when like social media was getting big from like age 20 to 25, I had like deleted my MySpace and Facebook, and I was like 20 and I was like, the hell with this stuff, so for 5 years I didn't have social media. And then the reason I came back on was because like I discovered streaming and I thought that was cool, and I was like, what the hell? There's a guy playing a video game and you can see him and the video game. Like, it was mind blowing to me. So I came back on to social media only for the sake of like trying to figure out live streaming, just because I thought it was cool, but it's like, if I think I don't know, like maybe there's some aspect of me trying to combat loneliness to some aspect of like, if you become a streamer and then, I like doing this on Saturday nights and just talking to people and hanging out with people. And I guess if live streaming didn't exist, I would probably go to some bar or something on Saturday nights with my buddies and see other buddies, and we'd probably just talk about stuff. You know what I mean? But nobody really does that anymore. It either costs too much damn money, or it's just like not as fun. I mean, sometimes maybe, or everybody's just busy and the grind is tough out there. So maybe there's some aspect of that, when I think about it, I guess, with myself.
If this helps, then good. On the other hand, it's kind of like an illusion of socially connecting with someone. It really depends on each person's situation and how reliant they are. Will they have a full-on breakdown if their favorite creator gets Thanos snapped away? Or will the world keep turning for them? At the same time, might these live streamers be using their fans' loneliness to exploit them for profit?
That's the thing I don't like. Like, I don't like people taking advantage of people. And that's the thing that like gets really freaking annoying. Like, especially when you look at, I don't know, if it's like they're talking to some chick or whatever, and they're just trying to get attention. And I guess, we live in a free society and people can spend their money on what they want. But at a certain point, I think it's really exploiting a need that men have, or even women have, in order to get money from them. And It's sad, and I mean, I don't know if that's going away. I don't even know how you'd regulate that. I guess they could. But people are so freaking lonely that they'll turn to that.
Well, sorta, kinda. Possibly yes.
Today's lesson is to journey into the world of rich people. Sure that everyone wants to increase profit. Looks like they're kind of becoming salesmen. By getting rich guys to visit your live stream rooms more often. Oh my God. Man. So it's all about how to like keep them and then keep them coming back. That's so interesting. They're all taking notes. This is like surreal right here.
Although, it does take two to tango. No one's forcing you to give away all your life savings just for a chance to be noticed, but it's also scummy to zero in on emotionally vulnerable people. It's like this giant...
Yeah, they're exploiting a need that they have. So it's like, yeah, I mean, they're doing it willingly. A person is willingly gambling all their life savings away, I guess. They're free to do that, but at a certain point, it's so addicting and it's so crazy that, like, government's got to come in and regulate. Maybe there's got to be a gaming commission and all that kind of stuff, so people stop, losing the damn farm at the freaking gambling house.
Spectrum. There's a lot of online personalities with super fans who support them in a healthy way with boundaries. The creator isn't your BFF, and your fans are also not your BFF. I'd say most of these relationships fall somewhere in the middle, and it should stay that way because the extreme side gets dicey. In recent news, a man in China took things too far when he became obsessed with a streamer.
Wow.
And not in the fun Mariah Carey song type of way. Mr. Hong, a simple fellow who ate plain steam buns every day so he could save up money. Not for bills or on a down payment on a house, but to send to his favorite streamer in the form of gifts and tips, which ended up costing him around 100,000 USD?
I think it said he spent his family's life saving. Like, it wasn't even his money.
Which ended up costing him around 100.
It says a man in China has raised eyebrows after using his family's life savings and stealing hundreds of thousands to send to a I think that's more than 100,000. Yo, that's crazy. He spent the entire bride price money on a live streamer and he didn't even get a bride out of it. Damn, that's wild.
100,000 USD? Okay. Choices were made, buns were eaten, money was spent. We can feel bad for him, but ultimately it's his responsibility to budget his finances. I think we overspent a little bit here. How about we cut back on the buns?
Wow.
At least he wasn't blindly donating. He did have an end goal. Mr. Hong wanted to hear his favorite streamer call him brother. Hell yeah, brother. Streams will usually have a ranking metric.
That sounds like it's like some type of like fetish type thing. I mean, that's really weird. And then be called brother. I don't know. I think that plays into some type of a masturbatory fantasy that's beyond just loneliness.
That shows the amount people have donated, with the highest gifters at the very top. If you're the big dog who's spent the most money, there's more weight to what you have to say. These are referred to as big brothers in China, and the streamer will usually prioritize keeping these rich fans around.
This is the live streaming big leagues right here,
by giving them more attention. And when you think about it, the one with the most power isn't the streamer themselves, but the person with the most money. All communities will have some sort of hierarchy, even within fandoms. The older brother term in Asia doesn't always mean someone who's blood related. None of that weird King Charles II with the loose jaw stuff going on here. It's like when a girl calls an older guy oppa in Korean or oni-chan in Japanese. These can be terms of endearment you say to a close friend or to someone you're familiar with.
I won't do this with you guys because it's more cringe than the, oh my god, thanks for the sub guy. But if you guys get time, look for an oni-chan Yamate oni-chan competition, like they do those at those anime conventions, and then the people come up to the microphone and they try to say oni-chan in like the most anime way possible. If you want to laugh, look that up.
Who's older than you. Even in casual settings around strangers, social hierarchy is really important in Asian countries because it shows respect. Mr. Hong just wanted a really expensive Big Brother shout out.
Wow.
Which he probably could have gotten on sale somewhere else. So when 100,000 USD wasn't enough to get Mr. Hong his brother title, he started to steal copper materials.
The man who was making deliveries as part of his family's hardware business began stealing copper materials and sold the items to waste recycling stations. Damn, man, that's just on another level of addiction. Remember a guy a few years back who killed his whole family over a Bulgarian cam girl? Yeah, I remember that. I actually watched like an entire I watched like his whole interview interrogation. I think it was on JCS or something, or Explore With Us, which was one of those big channels. That one was really wild. And then at the end of it, like it showed like I think one of his brothers was like not home that day. So the whole entire family gets, you know, taken out here, and then while he was in jail, like they show his brother visit him or something, and they hug for the last time. I don't know. It's just so, and he just can't understand what the brother, who's totally a victim here, just can't understand what happened. That was a wild story. Yeah, but yeah, some people really go off the deep end with
from his
that.
family's business to sell for extra cash. It got to the point where he stole over 300,000 USD and sent every last penny to the streamer, which was
That man, he stole 300,000 from his family. That could have been like 2 bride prices for 2 of his siblings. That guy got like ruined 2 marriages right there, 2 possible marriages, man. Mr. Pitt says, I would argue that digital relationships can be equally as deep and meaningful as friendships made in person. It all depends on how intellectual the conversation is and the size of the platform. Bigger platforms are definitely less conducive to strong connections. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you know, again, listen, I don't think you're wrong. It goes down to authenticity and genuine connection. And I think if you can recognize authenticity in your life and you have enough life experience, then maybe when you go online, you can have a better chance of knowing what's being taken advantage of and what isn't. But I think people who are like really lonely and maybe they really don't understand what a genuine connection looks like in the first place, they're the ones who could probably fall prey to a lot of this stuff really easily. You know what I mean? So there's some level, I guess, of just needing to understand when you're being taken advantage of and when you're not being taken advantage of, you know, and it's no surprise. I mean, I'm not trying to say it's obviously guys do this too, like maybe in an Andrew Tate sort of way or whatever, right? When it comes to, oh, I really care about you, join Hustlers University or something. But, you know, the examples on this film were a lot of women streamers, right? So there's those pretty girl streamers, and the guys, these lonely guys, are just sending the money. So, you know, they're being completely exploited. But I think you're right. I've made friends over the internet, and some that I, you know, talk to very regularly, and a lot of it like was through gaming and stuff. Like I used to do Twitch for a bit, and I made friends with like other streamers and stuff. And you know, one of the guys I actually met, like, you know, we actually do like business together. He does like graphic design, and it works synergistically with me and some of the stuff that I do. And he actually ended up flying out from the other side of the country, from Atlanta over to here, and you know, we took him out and stuff like that. I drove him around California, and like it was a surreal moment, like when he came out of the airport. And it was like a guy I talked to and played video games with, and we would do co-streams, and back when I used to do Twitch streaming more. And then when he came like out of the airport, and I picked him up in a convertible, like I just wanted to get him in a nice car, and he just he opened the door and threw his bag in the back and sat down and shook hands. You know what I mean? Just gave each other like a bro hug, and it was just crazy. Like, oh my God, this dude's like here in real life. And you know what I mean? He's like my good buddy. We do a lot of work together. So you very much can meet and make genuine friendships and relationships online. I do believe that, you know what I mean? Whether it stays digital or not. So, you know, it's another place to meet people. I just think it's important to just try to recognize if someone's trying to take advantage of you or not, or what it really is, which is very tough, you know. Good point, Mr. Pitt. After all, it was only less than 100 years ago that a lot of people only knew each other via letters they wrote back and forth. Man, that's a good point too. Like pen pals. I forgot all about that. That's kind of almost like this. It's almost like a very sophisticated pen pal type thing. Man, that is actually really, really interesting. You know, another freaking superpower nowadays is being able to just turn all this stuff off and focus on like reading a book or like your project. You know, one of the problems I have is over consuming instead of producing enough. So like, I try to do YouTube because I feel guilty about consuming so much from the internet that I feel like if I produce some, it balances out in a sort of way. So it's like, okay, if I make stuff for the internet, then it justifies my consuming of stuff on the internet. And then at least I have like, well, I could try to look for stuff that maybe I can react to, and I'm trying to influence the internet as much as it's influencing me, which internet's probably doing a much damn fine job of influencing me than the other way around. But you know what I'm saying? So I feel like that might be a healthier way of doing it, but you definitely want to be doing some kind of creative project. So if you're not doing anything creative and it's just consuming, that can be tough, So being able to shut stuff off and read books and maybe write stuff and just whatever you like to do while not being distracted is kind of a superpower, I think. Like even me, like I'm supposed to be reading about the dowry or child support, or I got all these books that I have that I want to read and things I wish I can write, you know what I mean? So it's like there's just like a balance between that, I agree that people need to know when to slow down. Tattoos of Pokimane are a bridge too far. Yeah. Pokimane is like, she's like one of the streamers I remember too, because she's like one of the biggest ones on Twitch, or one of the first ones to get really big on Twitch. And she had like some crazy donations also. And she was the topic of a lot of this kind of stuff for a bit.
Basically his family's life savings. Looking into this gave me a jump scare at how common these cases are. Although there are a lot of people who do have the extra money to spend.
They're lonely, they're looking for a spiritual connection. And then like their spiritual connection happens to be like this chick who looks like a model or like a doll or something like that. Probably has like some beauty filters. It's completely taking advantage of a need for intimacy. Like, like Mr. Pitt, I think this is different from like a friendship, or whatever. Like this is like a parasocial romantic relationship, which I think is probably just super bad to begin with, It's just, I don't know. There's a huge mismatch here. You know what I mean? Like when it comes to like romantic or male woman things, like if you and that woman wouldn't meet in real life or talk in real life, then this is probably a no-go. But when it comes to like actual friendships and stuff like that between genuine people, I totally think that's possible. I'm now only 10,000 away from being a 7th level fan. Oh my God, man. This guy, $10,000 is a lot of money, man. You can start businesses with less, but all the stuff you can do at $10,000. I mean, you just think about it, this man, that, ostensibly this guy doesn't care because he probably makes enough money to have $10,000 to be able to do this with, but this is on another level. I've already given Jin He about $75,000. Dang. I think that's a woman. Jin He. Damn.
East Asia has come so far technology-wise, but they have some of the loneliest people living there. A lot of factors come into play.
Man, this would be a fascinating subject of study. Like, if you're a sociologist, or you're some kind of academic, like if I was ever going to go back to school and try to get like a master's or a PhD, I don't know. I don't know if I would do that, but I mean, part of me just wants to throw myself into seeing what kind of academic literature exists about this. I'd love to see data on this. I'd love to compare it to American culture, or who does this more, you know what I mean? And just try to see what can be learned from that.
The super high pressure to do well in school, the toxic work environment that sucks up all your free time, it's getting a lot harder to meet people. And all these new inventions make it that much easier to become a hermit on a whim. Don't feel like you belong in any part of society? Isolate yourself at home and be completely fine. Not mentally, of course, but for basic needs.
Hey, this was a good anime. This is called like Welcome to NHK, and it's about a guy who's a NEET. And his struggle is leaving the house, and it was pretty good.
A roof over your head, all your meals can be delivered, plus all your entertainment and social needs.
A shrinking life, why some Asian youth withdraw from the world.
Can be met through a screen. I know some of you are probably thinking, this is my ideal day off, which is okay to do once in a while, but not for long periods of time. The traditional route of school, good job, married, child, buy car, house, then die, is becoming less of a reality for most. It also seems like people are realizing, you know what, maybe this isn't the path for me. Even though there's still a bunch of societal pressure, it's a tad more acceptable nowadays to find a different way to live your life.
'Cause you stress, me stress, we all stress.
You know how stressful it is to try and maintain all your relationships nowadays? It's becoming more enticing to just pay someone for social interactions rather than going out and finding them naturally. You know, as they say, money can't buy happiness, but it can sure solve a lot of your problems. Host clubs in Japan are really popular spots that cater to a female clientele, where women will pay attractive men to keep them company for the night while drinking. And
That's really interesting. It's just interesting seeing it from the other side, you know, because I can imagine a guy walking into a strip club over here and, you know, obviously that's different from this host club thing, but it just seems very similar, but the opposite. It's like men and it's strange that that's big over there and it's not big here.
Nothing really happens inside the club other than just chatting. It's mainly the attention and companionship people are seeking without all the baggage.
ホストの人たちって何をする人たちなのかっていうのをちょっと教えていた
What
だ
does a
けますか
host do?
例えば女性だったり
We
の
entertain people. It sounds like a stripper. Oh, we're an entertainer.
お酒を飲む
Especially women.
場を楽しませる
While we drink.
あとやっぱりちょっと寂しい
Or sometimes there are girls. I bet you some of these girls spend like crazy amounts of money on these guys too.
くてちょっと異性とこう飲みたいなっていう女の人もいるんで
And if you're not into the bar scene, a man in Japan made a living advertising himself as someone you can hire to just stand there and do nothing.
Do Nothing Guy is a rental service. Hey, we had Nothing in here earlier in the stream. I don't know if he's still here. Do Nothing Guy is a rental service where I lend myself to someone. is a rental service where he just does nothing but hangs around you? When I get an offer, I simply be there. I feel like this guy is like he's found a hack. This guy has found a hack to life right here. This may be a job I can possibly pull off. I mean, you know, just hire me. I just show up. Nothing happens after that. And I do nothing other than give simple answers. Wow. Okay, maybe she doesn't feel safe walking around, though I feel like probably where they're at's a really safe area. I mean, just from what I've heard about some of these places, but maybe it feels more comfortable to walk with the guy. I mean, I'm really trying my best to be charitable here. Caesar says, come to South Orange County, Shah. I'll sponsor a hotel or Airbnb for you. I'll give you a tour of my halfway houses. You can interview some of the convicts. Maybe someday, Caesar, you know. I didn't know you were in Southern California, South Orange County. That's pretty cool, man. You must have mentioned that to me before, but I forgot. If I'm ever down there, I'll hit you up, you know, or I'll try, you know, and see, sometimes I think about going down to LA. I got a friend down there in LA. She's pretty cool. So it goes against my whole being friends with women thing, but it's not like we talk every day or something, but you know, we went to high school and she does like OF now. At one time I did like a shoot for her because I went down there with my buddy. And you know, we visited her. They used to be close friends in high school. And so she lives in like Newport Beach area. So it's cool because I mean, I can stay at her place also, which is nice, but I don't go down south to, you know, LA and there around there often, but I have been enough times and I do like going there. You know, it's cool, but it's big city's tough to be in. You know what I mean? Like a day or two and it's like, oh, I got to get back to my medium-sized town where I'm more used to. But I appreciate that, Caesar. I mean, if I ever did, man, I would try to make it as, you know, like I wouldn't, you know, you don't got to pay for anything. I'd probably have somewhere to stay. I mean, I know enough people in LA to where I could probably do that. And I'll probably end up going down there in the next couple of years just for the hell of it. So if I'm ever down there, I'll hit you up, man. It'd be tight. We can go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, or we can go to Porto's Bakery, which would be pretty cool. I don't know if you've ever been to Porto's. It was like a Cuban bakery. I definitely will check out the halfway houses. That sounds interesting. Maybe you'll let me vlog that for the folks. Do Nothing Guy has it all figured out right here, man. Let me say, listen, real man, right here, man. This is the guy who sees an opportunity, seizes the opportunity, gets the job done, he delivers. Do Nothing Guy is the man. Newport Beach is 15 minutes from where I live. Oh, that's freaking awesome. Dude, yeah, so if I'm ever down there again, bro, I'll for sure hit you up, man. Newport Beach is beautiful. That's a place like Newport Beach and that like those areas, walking there, it feels like a TV show in the 90s. And you're like, oh my God, this is the America that like used to be on TV back when I was a kid and I'd see like, you know, TV shows or whatever. It's like, wow. You know what I mean? Like it is just wild. I don't even know how to explain it. And then my mind starts thinking about things and all the different ways people live and different stuff. And then there's people in Newport Beach by the ocean. It is just crazy, you know. Basically, many clients want me to accompany them to certain places they find hard to go alone. Okay, sure. And they just need someone to go with. You know, I swear to God, part of me would want to, there should be a service of like a professional negotiator. So if you're a woman and you want to buy a car, you know, you can hire me or you can hire somebody from the firm and we'll go and help negotiate the car for you. You know what I mean? Like you pay us hey man, give me $50. I'll go with you to the dealership. I'll talk them down as much as I can. You know what I'm saying? Or like if you're in any high pressure sales situation, just like hire one of the guys. We'll be over there if they're really uncovered. If you want us to kind of ball break, you know, the people a little bit, just bring us. Like that would be a service I can see maybe if people are hiring this guy, Do Nothing Guy, then they can hire a guy who's like made to like be a defense mechanism for high pressure sales. You know what I'm saying? We can go to Matros. That's where CJ used to go. Is that like Mastros or Matros? Not sure. CJ used to go all the time when he lived in this area. I never met him though. Man, that'd be hell. I bet I wouldn't be surprised if you like walk past him a few times. Mastros is like that high-end steak place. I think like where like you hear like all the sugar babies and the sugar babies are like, I want you to take me to Mastros or something like that. I only go on first dates to Mastros. Yeah, we don't have a Mastros up here. I think there's one in San Francisco is like the closest one. In Sacramento, we got a place called Roots Chris, which is like the nice steak place, and it's pretty good. And then there's another place called, I think Morton's or something. I can't remember what the hell it's called. Roots Chris is the place I like more though, like than the other place. But yeah, Mastros, that sounds pretty high end, man. Got a lot of offers from clients. But have something hard to share with family or friends. Oh, so this guy's doing more than nothing. He's like a therapist. He accompanies you to places that are uncomfortable. You know, maybe he provides emotional support.
His clients like having his presence around when they feel like going out but don't want to deal with bothering a friend or feeling the.
This is like the weirdest thing. It's like they're on a date. Like look at this attractive woman, and she hired Do Nothing Guy to accompany her. This is like I don't know how to. This is very weird. This is just very weird.
Pressure to social.
I guess like the key of this is like, I want to go out with the guy and I don't want him to keep trying to hit on me, which is probably what like most people on a regular date are doing. Overrated and overpriced in my opinion. Yeah, I believe you when you say that, man. And honestly, man, this is why I'm like on my quest to just cook at home. Like I've just become this guy that only cares about cooking at home. You know what I mean? I made this roast chicken today and it was like really freaking good, man. I was so proud of myself. And I'm just going to eat more of it as soon as I'm done streaming in a little bit. But the next thing I want to try to make is a beef stew. I just feel like everywhere I go, everybody's screwing me. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's hard to find good stuff and not feel like it's just over the top and they're just trying to get you to pay for a bunch of extra fluff and they screw you on the meat. it just really gets annoying, you know.
And if you need to talk about your problems, he's a great sounding board. This is basically consensual trauma dumping. Anyone ever feel this? There have been times when I found it was easier to tell a
This guy's
stranger
like an emotional prostitute, I guess.
I'll never see again, something kind of personal compared to a friend. They don't even have to say anything. If you cosplay as a wall with ears and eyes, that's good enough for me. An introvert's ideal friend. Wall. I always make Sims references, but this is literally having someone's presence fill up your social media for the week. You know, we don't all have to follow the same path. If you want to spend your money shaving those hot guys in space with no facial hair.
Wow, there's an AI where you shave the guy's face. That's on it. Asia is like 20. I don't know if this will ever get big over here, but Asia is they're very interesting.
More power to you. From an outside perspective, it's easy to look at these people and feel bad for them. But paying for companionship is really a case-by-case basis. There are
What if it's like the same live streamer girls that make all this money and then they go and they hire a do-nothing guy to hang out with? You know what I mean? Like that's the circle right there. And then do-nothing guy goes home and pays live streamer girls and
healthy ways to include parasocial relationships into your life so it ends up in a net positive. I invested a lot of my time and money into content creators, artists, and K-pop idols who don't even know I exist. And I'm totally fine with that because they're providing me with entertainment and comforting background noise.
you know, like this little area here where it showed, where the hell did it show that? It showed those people kind of in that little, I missed it. Oh yeah, here's the shaving. Oh my God. That little internet cafe. Yeah, right here. Like it's interesting. Like you got all these people here in the same room, but none of them probably talk to each other. Like they're all on this computer. Like if I went here as a tourist and I was trying to make friends and like I sit in this chair and I'm like, hey buddy, and I talk to this guy and ask him some questions, he would probably be very annoyed with me. Like he would be pissed off that like I broke his immersion, you know? And when I think of a place like Egypt, Egypt is like different. I feel like everybody just wants, like, they're very social, you know what I mean? And like you drive around, there's a bunch of like hookah cafes and tea cafes. You just go sit there and people are just sitting around and just talking. This is like the opposite of that. You know what I mean? I don't know. It would be cool to see, you know, like I do want to visit Japan, but I think I'd have to expect that it'd probably be harder to like, you know, meet random people or something like that. You'd have to do it online. Like, I don't know. It's just very surreal, you know?
Too chronically online is making sure I get up and go outside at some point.
Asia is living in 3024 while everyone else is stuck in 2024. I believe that. You know, my buddy went to China recently and he was telling me, he was like, China is nothing like what you see on the TV or what you're told about China. He was like, they're living in the future over there. And he was FaceTiming me a few times and showing me stuff. And like, man, I was just like, I was very surprised. Things seemed like very nice and the city seemed like super advanced and stuff. I'm sure Japan is like light years ahead of people too. It's kind of sad also when you think about it. It's like US infrastructure needs a huge overhaul, especially when you go to places like that and you're just like, damn, everything's so nice here. You know what I mean? But a lot of like the freeways and stuff and in the US and I don't know, some of the roads, and it could be a lot nicer, you know, but hey, here we are. I don't want to complain about it, but compared to some of those places, very strange.
The perfect ratio is one real-life interaction for every 5 attractive game character or online
Oh my
interactions.
God, the shaving.
Exclusive service.
That sounds sus.
Oh my
since
God.
I made it up. Just go outside and talk to human, okay? But before you do that, don't forget to give this video a like if you enjoyed yourself here. That's one more food for the YouTube algorithm and one more engagement for me.
Man, I like this guy's video. I'm going to hit the like button. Oh, I'm subscribed to him already. I don't even remember doing that. I must have did it recently. Let's look at the comments. Shout out to Klaus for sending this in here, man. Thank you, Klaus. I hope you're not shadow banned again. I'm going to have to just go through and look through who's banned now, because now it makes me think other people this could have happened to, you know, but that's hella weird. I don't think I could go to an NPC park no matter how lonely I'd get. I'd bust out laughing from my own embarrassment. They're all handsome, though. Get that coin, gents. I'd hire Do Nothing Guy to be my backup when picking up furniture from Craigslist. Exactly. And a witness for signing legal documents. Also to eat at hot pot and Korean barbecue spots where you have to have 2 people to get the special. Well, there you go. She's figuring it out. I didn't expect to get suddenly emotional when Do Nothing Guy said that some people need a third person present when they're telling their parents difficult news. Wow, that's what he said. Damn, I missed that part. That is. I feel like people like these pay for a relationship is also because it gives them control over the relationship. Ooh, that's an interesting perspective. Being in a relationship involves making yourself vulnerable and embarrassing yourself. But if you're paying someone to like you, the power dynamic is always fair and in your favor. Well, yeah, that's a great point. Let's make this a solid 7. See how it says 777. There we go. That comment's looking real nice now. Choices were made, buns were eaten, money was spent. Needs to be the next merch drop ASAP. I remember watching a documentary on a host club and was horrified. This girl put herself $50K into debt. Damn, see, so guys aren't the only ones doing it, man. Women are doing this. This girl put herself $50K into debt for a man who didn't even remember her favorite food. Like, that's so crazy. What if that's like the next wave? Like, what if like Gen Z suddenly becomes like a bunch of male sugar babies, except it's not for like older women. It's just like a bunch of Gen Z women hiring like very few Gen Z guys to like keep them company or something. You never know, you know. Maybe this gets imported over here. I hate the way that parasocial relationships are very common in East Asian countries. Like with how people have very bad parasocial relationships with K-pop idols. Yeah, I remember the K-pop idol thing. Like, this is a natural evolution out of that. The rise of incelism in Asia among men and women both impacts art too. Everything is trying to cater to that loneliness and need for a parasocial relationship from idols, through anime to games, and everything is getting poisoned by this gooner slop. Idols can't date. Fictional characters can't date. Everyone has to be available and breastily boob around the place. It's actually killing narratives of good shows, mangas, and games. That's an interesting point. Like, you can't get a damn good story out of anything anymore. But in their main target audience, it sells. It is sad, but also pathetic and infuriating. Love in Deep Space is actually a good game. It's like 20% pure fan service and 80% fighting monsters with the sword, guns, and depression. Inducing lore and story. Well, you know, we'll probably get around to this eventually. Damn, this is 27 minutes long. Damn. This video probably explains some of why South Koreans are going extinct. Maybe we'll say that for next time. That's kind of long. That's so crazy. This is next level transactional relationships. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Part of it seems kind of like mean. I don't know if mean is the right word, but it's like, you know, like people need this kind of interaction and hanging out with the opposite gender and, you know, maybe having dinner sometimes and spending time together and just being in each other's company and kind of recharging that way, I guess. And unfortunately, it's like they know people want that and they've monetized it and turned it into a commodity. It's so, I guess sad is the only word I can think of, you know, like, you know, that feeling like sometimes like you go on a date or whatever, you have just like nice time with a girlfriend or whatever. And then like, it just, I don't know, it's a shitty thing, I guess, to feel like you have to pay for that and people are actively selling that. It's so, God, I don't even know what to, like, inauthentic or just, it's just so like, it feels fake, you know what I mean? Like they don't actually want to be there with that person or actually care about them, but that's where it's at, I guess, you know? So that's some transactional intimacy right there. So yeah, I don't know, you know, I mean, you know, I guess the closest thing we have, I mean, we got like the live streaming and like, you know, like those women live streamers or whatever, they're sugar babying. I don't know like how deep. Some people probably just do that. And then like after a couple weeks or a month, they'll just see someone else. Probably some people see the same person for a long time and pay him a lot of money. All depends on, I guess, how you negotiate that. But that's like the closest thing I can think of to this, you know? If I start this one, it'll be too long. Did I miss anything? Nah, I think that's about it. We went through some good stuff today, guys. I mean, I'll probably cut this as 30 minutes earlier. Let's see. Dan the Man says, people now talk to AI bots to keep themselves company. Yeah, it's becoming the new norm. I guess like I haven't seen it. Like I just haven't seen it in my personal life. Like I know people are doing it and I know it's getting bigger. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? Like I feel like when if I see that like in my personal life or I run into somebody doing that, that's when it's really gonna like hit me. You know what I mean? Like imagine having like a coworker that you see every day for like 3 years. And you know, Mondays come around, how was your weekend? Fridays come around, hey, you got any plans for the weekend? Do anything cool? And over 3 years of like sharing little tidbits of information, and they tell you like, yeah, I'm just gonna spend the night with my girlfriend. Just gonna have dinner, watch a movie together or something. Oh yeah, you know, went hiking with my girlfriend, and they just tell you stuff. You're like, oh, that's right on, man, right on. That's cool. Sounds like a good time. And then like 3.5 years into that, you find out their girlfriend is an AI, and you didn't know that they are referring to that the whole freaking time. That would be freaking like mind blowing to me. I don't know, man. Like if something like that happened to me, I'd be like, oh my God, I had no idea, you know, or if their girlfriend's real, but like it's like a live streamer girlfriend that it's just like a online relationship that they've never actually met in real life. Could you imagine if two online people got married? Like, could two online people legally get married without ever meeting each other? Maybe not. I guess you can both sign the marriage certificate or something. Probably not. That'd be crazy if that became a thing. So you got streamers marrying each other, but they've never met each other in real life, living apart together. Caesar Quintana says it seems just about everything is monetized service nowadays. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, and like when you going outside at like everything feels like sterile and cold or something like that. I do my best to, like cultivate the relationships around me and like the friendships that I have and people that I've known for a long time. I try to keep up with them and see them every now and then. And I just feel like that's really good. Some days it's tougher than others. Some day, you know, like a lot of the time people are just busy. Some people you don't see maybe once a year. I think I'm at a point in dating where I'm comfortable enough with like dating apps and stuff to where I can get a date every now and then. I might have one this Friday. See how that goes. You know, I feel for people who got to rely on this. Especially if it's like their only option. I hope that isn't the case. Why? You know what I mean? Like, I hope it's not for fear of leaving and meeting people outside and that kind of stuff. I would wish, like, to me, that's a big, like, someone who is a NEET or has never had a date, you know, for most of their 20s, and they finally go and they get like that first date. That's like the biggest deal to me. Like, I don't care about the other stuff or, you know, the super self-improvement, all this kind of whatever stuff. I like seeing people that are having a tough time and then they really like break a milestone like that. Cause it reminds me a lot about myself. I was that guy. So it's like that to me, like that's where like improvement's the most, you know, the rest of that stuff is just like extra things, you know? I just remember there was a boy who ended himself over Daenerys Targaryen AI bot. Wow. I believe it, man. That's really terrible. You know, I wonder in situations like that, like where are the parents at? Did the parents have some inkling that something was wrong, or did it just kind of surprise them? You know, I'd like to think parents could tell if something's wrong with their kid, but some kids are so damn sneaky and able to hide stuff from their parents, I guess. But you got to wonder what was going on there, man. You know, like maybe if he had both of his parents in his life. Oh, guys, before we go, let me show you what mentoring looks like. I saw a clip today. This is the 1970s Japan. You know what? Screw it. This is going to be the last thing. I'm not going to show the whole thing because it's kind of long. But this right here was was pretty Tokyo in 1975. Here it comes. Real quick, let me just look at these other two comments. He was 14, which makes me glad I was in the Gen Z. Wow. Okay. So he was super young. So yeah, maybe his parents really didn't understand. That's like a really young age. I mean, that's like very early. I don't know, man. That's really tough because I never had to deal with that. Yeah. Yeah. That's a really good point. Just stuff that the young kids are dealing with now. Where we didn't have to. I mean, like social media, MySpace was a thing when I was around the summer of like 8th grade for me is when MySpace came out. So like freshman year, sophomore, junior, senior, that was MySpace existed. Then Facebook came like the last year of high school or something. But like, so it was kind of a thing, but like, it wasn't like, then there was like AIM. Do you guys remember AOL Instant Messenger? That was a thing also back then. So it was kind of like the beginnings of that. But what the kids are dealing with now are on another level. He came from a single mom. I could put the article in the Discord. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind sharing, I'll take a look at it later. Real quick, I just want to show you guys this. This is damn good right here. I was watching this earlier.
Fish market and took Gonsan as an apprentice.
Oh, man. I just saw like a moment of mentorship. Oh, right here. This is what fathering and mentorship looks like. All right, so this is the restaurant. They're making meals for like 300 people right now. Right here. This is the mentor. This is the guy that cares about your future right here. Put the greens where they can't. Shibukawa. Put the greens where they can be seen. It's coming up. In the same spot in each lunch. So see, they're packing 300 of these, and this younger person is like putting, whatever the one ingredient is or whatever in like random places. And this guy's like, what is this, man? Like, let's get some uniformity. Let's care about presentation. In the same spot in each lunch. Not all over the place. Stop playing mahjong all the time. And look at an art book. Or study like flower arrangements. If you expect to be a real cook. I don't know why. Something about this scene, I was watching this before the stream, and I just appreciated this so much. Like, it's not, I don't consider that him being an asshole. That's just him keeping it real. Apprentice. This is the pro right here. It's the pro cook, the legend, the chef, his business. He's teaching these folks how to be successful in this. That just brought a tear to my eye. And then years later, when this guy has a successful business, he's gonna remember this guy. You know what I mean? And think about how much this guy cared about him to make him, truly, truly good. I think that's his dad. There's one more scene in here I want to show you, which is the family eating dinner together. This is the 70s. This is what we lost, guys. That ain't coming back, sadly, but this is what we lost. Caesar says to Deanna, man, that's messed up. Poor kid. I want to brainwash my son so he'll let me arrange a religious marriage for him when he's older. Yeah, man. That's I hear you, man. I hear you. I often think about that too. I know you're a parent. I'm not a parent, so I think about like if I had a kid and they're in the same situation, like how would I deal with that? Especially that's a really tough thing. You know what I mean? And there's a lot, I'm sure you'd want to protect your kids from, and it's just like giving them that confidence and that confidence in themselves to be able to spot these things when they're out in the world alone and to know how to avoid it and stand up for themselves. Klaus, damn, he was an early gamer. Lamau, maybe that's what we need to counter the new changes. Yeah, so real quick. So where's that other part? Oh, here we go. Right here. All right. This is husband and wife right here. Talking about their kid.
そうよ、きっと。だいぶ変わっても、ほっぺってあんな出てへんかったでしょ、
I think it's like a minute.
この間天王寺のおばさん来てくれはってね。見はって、慶応さんそっくりやったはった。俺に似てるかな、それかもう一人誰やったか。
She's saying that she's hoping the son grows up to look like the husband, you know, the kid's father.
そのおばさんも慶応さんにそっくりやったはった。あ、先生、仁太郎さんのおばさん。何お祝いこれも、お祝い持ってきてくれはった。ほんでお風呂やったからね、ちょうどお風呂終わって2階連れて上がった時におばさんが来てくれはって見てくれはって、慶応さんそっくりや言うてはったし。
I'd rather he look like you than me.
その方がありがたいし、私にって言われるよりね。そうですよ。俺に似た方がいいよ、よくない。そうですね。
He says if he looks like me, he'll be a knockout.
なんだ。もうお腹いっぱいだ。もういいんですか？
Look at this. This is the part I want you guys to see. I'm full. The man, so he declares that he's full, and watch what happens next. Oh my God. That's beautiful. That's beautiful right there. I just wanted to share that with you guys on the way out. I'm full. She gets up, she starts picking the dishes and doing all that. That's what we lost, gentlemen. It's gone. Now what we have is people sending $50,000 to live streamers. Some people sending $300,000 to live streamers. Other people having to drink the foot water of not being able to afford an extra 600,000 yuan or whatever they're asking for a surprise bride price at the wedding. It's gone, guys. The good times are gone. Good luck to y'all out there. Hopefully we can maybe bring something new in here that's not so bad. So I think we'll call it right there. I'm gonna go eat some more of my roast chicken and probably watch some stuff. I'm glad it's Saturday night. I slept really well this morning, which I'm super grateful for. I've been on a strict diet for 4 days, trying to trim down some of this tubbiness, and it's going really well so far. So hoping to keep that up. Hoping to make some more food and just do what I gotta do. Klaus, glad you're back in here, and hopefully that does not happen again. I don't know why that happened. That was like really annoying. And kind of a worrisome thing. I hope other people didn't get kicked out for no reason. Freaking YouTube, man. I mean, YouTube is tight, but dang, YouTube. Thanks for everyone who hit the like button, everybody who watched, and thanks for the donations. Robert, Caesar Quintana, Peter Wright. Hopefully tomorrow I want to work on some videos. I do got to put that turkey vlog together, Istanbul, so maybe I'll put that together. Maybe I did record a third video over the week and I edited it, but I just never posted it. I probably won't do that. Sometimes I edit I'll record a video, edit the video, and then I just don't even post it. 'Cause I'm like, it's probably, maybe it's not, I don't know how I feel about it, So hopefully we'll get some stuff posted tomorrow. That'd be pretty cool. I don't plan on doing much, but take it easy, everybody, and we will see you on